kein Delay.
Glaube nicht. Du streamst ja in OBS, ne? Nee. Was streamst du?
Streame AC, also Lautstärke ist. Ich weiß noch nicht, wie wir es sehen. Ich weiß nicht, wieso man mich hören sollte, wenn man Headset mutet. Ja, das ist deswegen. Brauchst das doch auch über den Screen hast. Aber wir werden ja nicht übertragen, es würden das nur bei YouTube hören.
Ja, das ist richtig.
So, weißt du, das ist. Die sollten mal einfach anfangen. Jetzt. Lenken. Er braucht wieder OBS. Nee, jetzt geht er 100 Euro aus.
Jetzt geht er auf. Jetzt muss ich nämlich folgen.
Und dann sind die Probleme. Das
Jetzt reden.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to round 4 of the Endurance Masters 24 Hours of Le Mans. This will be our 4th round of the ACF Endurance Masters competition. So as we have here, the qualifying grid, or the starting grid, for our race today. So on pole position starts the 007 Apex Evo Alpine, followed by the number 10 Mortis Racing Esports, that is the car starting in second place, followed by the 23 Watt E Racing, the first of the Watt E Racing entries, followed by the number 27 AFS Racing car. So rounding up with the car number 73 in the ACRT Sim Racing team, and the most racing in the car number 77, driving an Aston Martin Valkyrie, a car that sounds very beautiful and we'll be hearing a lot of it during the race. Following the cars, the car number 93, the FTF Racing, Peugeot 9X8, followed by the number 96, Team Europroton BMW M Hybrid, the 176 Rider Engineering Esports in the Toyota GR10, followed by the 729 Cargo Fast Ferrari 499, and the Soyuz Race Sim Racing Team in the car number 774 in the Van van der Velde 680. So we have here the first of our LMP2 entries for the car, the 003 Tradition Sim Sport, the first of the Tradition Sim Sport entries in the Dallara car, followed by the car number 14 Sputnik Racing in the Ligia GS, followed by the car number 22, the third entry of WAE Racing in the Orica 07, followed by the number 26 Tradition Sim Sport, the second entry of that team in the Dallara car. And next we have the number 31 HGE Racing Esport, the first entry of the team in the Orica 07. And rounding up the LMP2 field, we have the number 35 Absolute Motorsport, car number 35 in the Ligia, car number 42 Sunset Outrun Esports in the Orica 07, car number 59 Valkyrie E-Racing in the Dallara, and rounding off the car number 64 Rebellion Autosport in Orica 07. And starting up with the GT3 gear, we have here the number 12 GT3, Team Mami Corsa in the AMG GT3, followed by the car number 24, the second entry of the WAE Racing team, with the Porsche 911, followed by the car number 29 in Team Ethan BMW M4, followed by the car number 58 HGE Racing Esports, the second entry of the team, with the Audi R8. And next we have the number 122 Sputnik Racing in the BMW M4 GT3. And next we have the 133 Team Abbey Racing in the AMG, the number 208 Phoenix Motorsport Aston Martin, the 666 VIG Project Strato in the Audi R8, car number 917 of Mimosa Racing driving a Lamborghini, and car number 991 AFS Racing, the second entry of the team in another Porsche 911. And that, I believe, rounds up our entries for this race. So joining me here, Raul will walk us through the beautiful track of Le Mans, quite a complex and very old, yet never gets boring. So he will be now presenting us the track, the turns, and other factors that we need to keep mind of in this race.
Yeah, Le Mans is one of those tracks that you want to win, especially in the real world. This race is oh so important in a driver's career. And as you see, all these beautiful hypercars, LMP2s, and these GT cars all take to this circuit. We of course have this beast to take down, and well, what does it take to take down a circuit like Le Mans? Well, you need to learn the ins and outs of it, and well, what better way than to just look at the map itself. You look at the top right of your screen and you look and you're like, oh, it doesn't look that difficult, a little bit of squiggles here and there, long straight. No, there's a reason why this is one of the races that everybody looks up to every single year, whether you're a motorsport fan or you're a driver on track. This is the race you want to take down. But, you know, in terms of what these drivers are taking on exactly, well, you know, you hear some of these corner names, such as Indianapolis, for example. You hear some famous names out there, but in terms of this circuit itself, it's pure action around here. But you know, this circuit, of course, we are live here at Le Mans, France, here at the Circuit de la Sarthe, a living monument to the endurance racing mountain. It was first used back in 1923, and it's home, of course, to the 24 Hours of Le Mans. We saw the actual IRL 24 Hours of Le Mans, and those guys had done the winning Ferrari. The hypercar did a total of 387 laps. So these guys have a long night in store for them. But some of the corners you could expect, especially for some good racing, you started off at turn 1 at Dunlop Curve. It's a fast uphill sweep that sets the tone for the lap. Carrying speed is essential, but traffic early in multi-class stints can bottleneck really fast here. We look down the circuit till we get to the Tetra Rouge. And the exit speed here is everything. This fast right-hander launches you onto the Mulsanne straight. It's about 3.6 kilometers of full throttle mayhem. And then once you get onto the famous long back straight, known as the Mulsanne straight, it's truly the multi-classic gauntlet around here. Split seconds are really the key difference between all these drivers when it comes to lapping. Even though it may look like just regular traffic you find on the street while you're on the passing and overtaking lane, it's unlike that at all, because you don't need to stick to one lane around here. As you see, we're on board with one of the hypercars here. You're darting lane to lane. These cars don't have to worry about it, truly. But these hypercars are going to be hitting, of course, 330 plus kilometers. And you see these lap times, 3 minutes and 22 seconds from the current fastest hypercar right now, the Alpine up there. And you compare that to the LMP2s, the Rebellion currently sitting at P7. You have that 335, 336. And you go all the way down to the GT3s that are doing this lap times in almost 4 minutes. But once you exit this long Mulsanne, you get to the Mulsanne corner, and you can see that's just at the bottom of the map, that little point there. That's the weird and long braking point as you get onto there, because the track just turns, and then you want to be slamming on the brakes, hoping your tires will lock up. And these drivers are going to be doing long stints, so there are going to be a lot of stress on these tires. Pit stop strategies are going to be very important. But once you exit out the Mulsanne corner, and you have a short straight heading up into Indianapolis, once you get one straight done, yes, there is another straight to go. I didn't mention it, but the Mulsanne straight does have chicanes in between it, so it's not going to be full flat out like the drivers from yesteryear, the legends, were doing around here not that long ago. But as we head up after that to the Porsche curbs, it's fast, flowing, ferocious. Confidence is everything. But in prototypes, it's near flat. In a GT, it's the ultimate test of grip and balance under pressure. But once you get through all that, there's just one final section to go, and that is the Ford chicane. It's the final challenge. Bumpy curbs and tight lines. Traffic piles up here, especially in late stints, but it's also where photo finishes and heartbreaks happen just meters from the line. We've seen it in real life. We hope we don't see it with these drivers here. All we could say is that best of luck to all of them, because 24 hours of racing upon all of them is not an easy feat. It's not for the faint of heart. These guys have a long night, but it's not going to be just one driver on track. It's going to be a team. It's going to be a couple of drivers on the spotter stands, talking to their man in the car. And these guys are going to be working very hard together. It's a team effort at the end of the day. You don't look at this like F1, where you have you look at the drama of teams and swapping positions. It's unlike that at all in this kind of form of motorsport. Endurance racing is an animal. It's a beast where you have to work together with your team. You have to listen to every crucial detail. You have to listen to your car itself. You have to listen to the tires, save fuel. The early stints of Le Mans, it's all about keeping that stuff alive. Similar to all races, you want to keep your tires. You want to watch your fuel. Fuel number is going to be everything around here, so it's going to be very important for all these drivers to really navigate this beast around here. But nonetheless, though, it's Le Mans, and we are live here, and it's going to be a spectacular race going down.
All right, thank you, Raul, for that stellar introduction. Good enough. I made it better myself. Yeah, so we're gonna have quite a hefty race on our hands here, and unlike real life, we probably won't be having safety cars, so we're going to be enjoying 24 hours of uninterrupted racing. That is obviously hoping that we don't run into technical issues. Let's hope I don't jinx it. But so far everything seems set up and prepared, so we should be on for quite the ride of our lives. 24 hours of uninterrupted racing.
It's going to be pretty spectacular, and the racing's going to be pretty tough. One thing everybody's always excited for, it's the very start. These guys are going to be going 2 by 2 around this field, and especially heading into turn 1. I mean, it's going to be nothing short of chaos, but honestly, it's pretty expected. If these guys do get out clean, I'll be pretty surprised. But nonetheless, though, it's going to be a real test of survival and pure patience at the start of this one. Honestly, though, what is your favorite part of the race here?
Honestly, golden hours transition to day and night and vice versa. Obviously as a driver it's kind of a blinding issue with the sunlight and the different shadows. It could actually mess up your braking points, but it just stellar to watch the sunrise and the sun obviously fall as well. It's just beautiful.
It definitely is, and for me, as well as that transition point, it's the night racing, because it's just a whole different animal all around this circuit here. Especially at a track where there's not many headlights around here. Sure, it's taking half of a real circuit and half of the actual streets here in France. It still is a huge different beast, and especially some of these guys racing on different time zones. That's what's so unique about sim racing. People coming together all around the world. We're not on the same continent. We're not in the same country. We're not in the same place. Everybody it's morning for them, afternoon, evening, and night. So we have such a unique dynamic that you can never replicate in real life. I think that's one of the most unique things ever. Drivers gonna be battling sleep as much as possible to just stay up to their stints. When they're on their breaks, they want to get some precious naps. They want to get some food in their stomach, because once you're in the car, you need to focus on hitting your marks. It's so crucial on being consistent all throughout this race, because if you make just one little mistake, sure, you can catch up back. There's a lot of time to do so, but if you want to win at Le Mans, it's got to be mistake-free.
Oh yeah, that is 100%. A lot of races actually come down to running the race as clean as possible rather than pure pace. Obviously, if you're doing, let's say, fastest lap every lap, but you end up gathering track limits, you end up crashing, that obviously will not work into your favor. You'll have to serve drive-thrus, you're going to have to come into the pit lane to repair, even though you might be the fastest car on track, but that will not serve you well if you're not consistent. So consistency and having a clean race actually is the key. However, we have quite strict track limits in this race, so we're definitely going to be seeing a lot of drive-thrus, and it's going to be up to the drivers whether they pick pure pace of having drive-thrus or just sticking the nose in, having a clean race. Obviously, we do not want to see a lot of drive-thrus, but it's going to be inevitable, and it's quite easy to get in a lot of corners, such as Setcharouge, the corner leading up to the Mulsanne straight. So if you get that corner wrong, or you have to brake to avoid the track limit warning, you're going to be losing a lot of time. So if you actually have a track limit in there, you're going to just have to tank it. Another corner that you have to be also very careful of is the entry to Indianapolis, a high-speed, almost a right angle turn. The heavy braking zone, obviously it's banked, but if you mess it up just slightly, you risk crashing as you're approaching that corner, going 320 plus in hypercars, almost 300 LMP2s, and well, none less than 280 in GT3s. It's actually a very high speed corner, and involves a lot of braking, so people also have to be very careful on the track limits over there. Not to mention, a lot of the curbs that you take on this track also could risk you having track limits. So yeah, that is another point that drivers have to be very careful of throughout the 24 hours. Now obviously we have 19 track limits warnings, and the 20th gives you a drive-through penalty. So that could seem quite a lot of warnings, but you gotta remember you're gonna have these just 19 warnings for 24 hours, and they do not count per driver. They stack up for all the drivers. So if you get out of the car and have, let's say, 15 drive-throughs, 15 track limits, the other driver has to deal with these 15 track limits as well. So yeah, this is going to be a quite important point for the drivers that they have to optimize throughout the race.
Indeed, but overall though, with this endurance racing series going on, it's not the first time that these drivers are taking on this long feat of endurance. Of course, we had the previous round with the 12 hours of Silverstone, and before that, it was the 6 hours of Interlagos, and these drivers have already been through 24 hours before, but at Daytona. So all these guys are going to be very familiar, but Le Mans, unlike any of those other circuits, it's a whole different beast to conquer. But overall, these drivers are going to have a lot of work to pull off here. Do we expect any weather to play a factor in this race?
As far as I'm concerned, we're going to have a pretty dry race. I think the most we're going to get is probably foggy nights or foggy sunrises. But yeah, due to issues we've had on the previous races, we decided to keep this a dry race.
Still should be exciting either way, especially with the foggy morning, because it's definitely going to throw a lot of these drivers off.
Oh yeah, 100%. You might get lost or spaced out throughout the straight, miss your braking point by just a couple of meters, and that just ruins your entire corner. So yeah, drivers have to be aware of that, and as well as traffic, incidents, pay attention to yellow flags, and yeah, traffic is definitely going to be the biggest role. Obviously, if you meet the traffic on the main straight, well, then lucky you. If you meet, let's say, Porsche curves, then you're going to be losing a lot of time, especially as a hypercar or an LMP2. Another thing the GT3s have to be wary of are, well, dangerous dive bombs by hypercars and LMP2s. Obviously, it is the hypercar and the LMP2 driver's job to pass these slower cars safely. However, sometimes the driver could get a bit desperate, even top-level drivers in real life do it. You could get a bit desperate, go for a silly move. So yeah, G3 drivers will also have to be quite aware of the cars are probably going, well, no less than 80 kilometers faster in each corner. So yeah, it's going to be quite interesting to watch how the drivers deal with traffic.
It's going to be a very fun race. We want to make a massive shout out to all our viewers here in the live chat. They're already going off right now. Chat is saying that it's going to be drive-through galore. Maybe a cut every lap. Most definitely you're going to get a cut every lap from all these guys. It's all going to be also about how you manage some of these cuts. Unique with Assetto Corsa, we have a real penalty, and that's going to really round up, and we're going to find out those kind of cuts. I believe it's real penalty, but essentially these drivers have a certain amount of times they can go out of track limits, the boundaries around the circuit, and they can only do that a certain set amount of times. They might find certain parts of the track, you know, as I would say a sim racer, but as a racer, you give a driver a little itch, they're gonna take a mile. They're gonna take so much more what you just give them. Racing drivers are very good at giving the most out of what they get in front of them. So expect a lot of hard pushing. These races are gonna really come down to, well, a lot of these guys, I do feel like it's not gonna be much of a strategy game. They want overtakes, they want positions. They see a guy ahead, they're gonna want to get them past. And so especially for that, it's going to be a race where these guys are going to have a lot of fun out there. And, well, truly, I'm excited here. We just have 19 minutes before we swap over to the race session. And then that is where, that's where everything gets for real. That's where all the practice comes down to that. And we've seen it in the real world. We've seen the emotions where, you know, you find a struck-in GT car and the driver out there kicking it because they know the emotions and how much effort it takes to put together this. But when damage is at 100%, as you see that Mercedes there just tapping a wall, that could easily be suspension damage if you hit that the wrong way, and it's going to be race ending. It's going to be so long until they get that car fixed up. And you also see an aspect there that we haven't mentioned yet. It's the blend. It's where these prototype cars blend in and overtake the GT cars. It gets messy, especially the first time around these cars come around. You've had experience in these kind of multi-class races. Take me through what it takes to really go through that blend transition when these cars are going through.
Oh yeah, obviously the first time you meet the traffic is probably the worst time to meet it, as all of the GT3s are actually quite stacked up with each other, so it's kind of difficult to overtake unless you're very lucky, like I said earlier, to meet them at the Mulsanne strip. But let's say you have a train of GT3s to battle with and get across. If you meet that, let's say in Porsche curves, or let's say Indianapolis, it's going to be quite of a hassle to get through. especially because of how much faster these prototypes are than in the GT3s in the high-speed corners. It's going to be quite a bit of a headache. Not to mention that the GT3s are actually quite equal in speed in these slower speed corners, so let's say you're a hypercar, you're trying to get through, you're going to want to get through them as fast as possible before these low speed corners, because GT3s are actually pretty much the same speed, if not faster than like some very slow corners due to the higher mechanical grip. So yeah, first couple of laps are going to probably be the deciding factor, and as John Hindhaugh always says, traffic giveth, traffic taketh away. So yeah, you're gonna have to take your chances, keep your head down. If you're stuck behind traffic, just be patient. Your turn will come to benefit from the traffic and whatnot. But yeah, I believe patience is virtue in these kind of situations. If you get too hot-headed overtaking a slower car, you could, for example, result in a contact, and the contact will result in a penalty, just ruins the race. So instead of losing a second behind traffic, you end up getting a drive-through, and that's like about 35 seconds on this track. So yeah, patience, as always, is the key, just knowing when to strike and when to tuck behind. I believe that'll be the main aspect of multi-class in this race.
Now, on the flip side of things, you could take that patience and throw it right out the window, because these drivers, if you're smart enough, you could use the traffic to your advantage. You know, you see these highlights. One of the more famous highlights, you look to Spa, you look to Schumacher and Hakkinen, that famous overtake at the end of the Kemmel Straight, using that lap car in the middle to your advantage. You're going to see a lot of like that here. If you're smart enough, there is an opportunity. Essentially, you're using the GT cars as like a barrier. You're allowing that faster driver to go off the racing line where you take the more optimal one. You see the cars in front there just overtaking the Mercedes there. The straights are very, well, for no pun intended, straightforward. It's not going to be really that exciting when you get overtakes there, but throughout the corners, that's a whole different story, because it's going to be a perfect spot where the drivers could potentially bounce on and overtake. We're definitely going to be seeing those, intended or not, because some of these drivers, I think one of the first things in everybody's mind is just get through and get through alive.
Oh yeah, 100%, especially in the first couple of laps. Obviously, Dunlop chicane, quite a lethal corner to get right, especially in the first couple of laps. You have cold brakes, cold tires, and maximum fuel, so hopefully we don't see any serious incidents at the first couple of laps. Obviously, if you're one of the faster classes, and let's say you mess something up on the first turn on the first lap, you actually have a buffer. Unlike real life, you have quite a bit of a buffer due to the fact that the slower classes are starting quite a bit behind their own respective safety cars. So you don't really have to worry about it, but obviously you wouldn't want to have an incident in the first lap and the first turn, because obviously first laps, everybody wants to make up position. Track position is crucial. We're going to see different types of strategies when people take a long stop. Some people might try to take it early, some people might save it for later and use their track position. So yeah, we're going to also see a lot of strategies on how people manage their long stops throughout the race. I believe we have 15 long stops to take in this race.
It's really going to be a really course of strategy, and my other favorite part is especially when we get new drivers in the cars. From time to time, these guys are going to come into the pits. It's not just going to be tires and fuel that they're changing. It's going to be the whole driver. Of course, virtually, we can't see it, but we're going to see it on our screens there. You're going to see what is probably the more unique part of endurance racing that you cannot find anywhere else. And it's a simple fact that just because one car is out there leading alien pace, like, they are not going to be there for long, because everybody has different styles of driving, and you're going to find drivers who are different skill levels in the cars. So you're always going to have such a unique aspect every time these guys go out on track, especially with the new fuel and tires. But with different drivers behind the wheel, especially the first time, that is where you're really going to still see rust from all these guys, when all they're doing is they're just hoping that the car stays in one piece when they get behind the wheel.
Oh yeah, obviously that is a very deciding factor, especially if you're like, some drivers take some time to, you know, get up to pace, warm up in the car. Some of them just go straight in, bang bang, fastest laps on whatnot, even though they're like the second lap of their stint. But yeah, as you said, we're going to see different driving dynamics, different driver styles. Obviously, some of the drivers will be using different setups, higher wing, lower wing. So let's say a car on the straight let's say a driver switches, could be the fastest car on the straight, and then the next stint for the other driver, it's not really back there as one of the fastest cars on the straight. So due to the fact that we have, well, driver swaps and the setups are not locked, so different drivers could actually be using different setups. So some of them could prioritize top speed over downforce and vice versa. So yeah, this will also be something that plays a part. Not to mention, some drivers could be better at night than they are on the day, better at the day than they are during at the night. So yeah, as you said, we're going to see different dynamics and the cars with different paces. But obviously the car that can keep the most consistent pace, keep the nose out of trouble, and have the cleanest race possible while maintaining consistent pace that is quick, will probably have the win. I wouldn't say uncontested, because also there are external factors that we hope do not affect any of the drivers, such as disconnection issues, equipment failure. Obviously that's a part that happens in real life with the car failures, gearbox damage and whatnot, but hopefully we don't get any of these in this race, as it is quite painful to watch. Happened to me, happens to everyone. You do not want to see it on track. So yeah, let's hope everybody has a lucky go with the connections, the equipment, and let's hope everybody has a clean race.
The worst thing you can get is disconnectivity. That is one of the things that the drivers in the real world luckily don't have to worry about. Yeah, it's absolutely horrible. Your heart is just broken when those kind of things do go down. So yes, we hope that all these drivers here have a stable connection and as well as their gear. I mean, like you said, that is something that we all of us have some of the best sim racing gear. However, some of these guys out there, I'm not too sure what all of them are on, but you know, you take a look in this server that's so busy, and you just take a look at some of these guys' profiles, and some of them are not all on wheels. A lot of guys, keyboards and mice. Some guys, controllers. So it's such a very unique way that you can control some of these cars that doesn't have to be the standard traditional pedals and wheels. However,
yeah, I believe for our series, I think we only allow wheels to, like, you know, prevent any sort of issues. But like yeah, as you said, we have different dynamics, different types of field, different price ranges. We could go from the budget Thrustmasters and Logitechs to the high-end SimCubes and Mosers and Fanatics. And at the end of the day, obviously the gear helps a bit, but at the end of the day, it is the driver that gets the car up to that pace at the end of the day.
100%, and it takes a real special skill to get on top. But you look at the field now, properly getting spread out with all these lap times. We did talk about the Alpine earlier, but he's still in the pits. But of course you can't see that on our timings here. We have our own little board too, watching the start here. A lot of good fun information that we can also see with pit stops and what are these drivers doing on certain lap times. But currently the fastest lap time right now in practice is a 3-minute 22.305. What are you expecting lap times around here in the race?
Well, I think the practice times we're seeing are representative of the actual race pace of the cars. Obviously, everyone will be going flat out right now, trying to warm themselves up. You'll also be seeing drivers actually starting the race, doing these practice rounds. So as we saw on the screen, we will be switching to race session within 8 minutes. So yeah, obviously almost everyone is on the server, and apart from some drivers. Everybody's trying to get warmed up, get in the rhythm before they start the race. As we said earlier, the starting drivers are the ones most likely practicing right now. They are the priority of the team to get the laps in. But like, yeah, as you asked about the pace, we're probably going to be seeing around 323s, mid-22s, maybe even low 22s sometimes for the hypercars. So yeah, they're going to probably be ranging from 24 down to 22s. So yeah, within 3 minutes, obviously. LMP2 is obviously almost 10, 12, 13 seconds slower than hypercars. So far, the fastest lap of an LMP2 is actually a 3:34.7. So yeah, we could get to the high 34s, maybe mid 34s once these drivers are low fuel nearing the end of the stints, is when the cars are the fastest. So yeah, LMP2 so far looks like we're having from the range of 37s to down to 34s. As for GT3s, fastest lap currently is a 3:53.9, so that's actually very high 53. So yeah, we could obviously, as I said, lower fuel means faster car, so I say we could see from as fast as 53.5 or maybe even low 53s. Up to the range of 56. Obviously, we're not accounting for traffic. For these laps, we're just accounting pure pace. Traffic could range all the way from, let's say, if you have a very unlucky lap stuck behind traffic, you could get all the way to, let's say, 2 to 3 seconds slower if you manage to somehow meet traffic in every single turn you have. Or if you get lucky, you manage to get a slipstream shot from the traffic, you might actually manage to be faster. So yeah, as we see here, the cars lined up for the formation lap in the qualifying order. So as we see here, actually, apparently the starting grid that I was presenting was actually the starting grid. So yeah, as we see here, the cars are joining. Everybody should be joining the server right now for the race start. We're going to have approximately 7 minutes because that's the time of time added to the 24 hours. That's probably going to be the formation lap time. So yeah, we're going to have 3 safety cars for each class, and they're going to be leading our drivers to the first laps of our 24 hours race.
This is where all the work comes down to this. I think everyone's just got that whiff of, oh wow, okay, it just got serious around here. All the drivers in their classic Le Mans starts. You take a look at that time, long way to go. That's not 24 minutes and 7 seconds. That's 24 hours and 7 minutes. Oh, 6 minutes left to go. Yeah, it's gonna be a tough one for all these guys, especially getting through those first bit of emotions. Throughout this hot lap, you're just gonna feel the emotions just being weighed down on you, and you're just not gonna be enjoying at all how you're gonna be feeling on this formation lap. But the crew's gonna be willing you on. The team is gonna be making sure you're just in the right headspace for the start. What is the first thing you look for at the start of a race?
Well, obviously, hopefully, a clean start from everyone. No incidents, everybody makes it through cleanly, no one spins out, nobody crashes into the other car. So yeah, hopefully have a pretty clean race. Yeah, I'm pretty sure a clean race, some overtakes would also be fun, but I think the most important aspect of it is a clean start. No incidents, just clean.
That's the one thing you want to worry about, because one little tap, one guy missing the brakes behind you, and you are in the pit of doom, in the barriers, sent off the circuit. But as our cameraman looks through all these cars on here, we also get a look at some of these fantastic liveries on these beautiful machines, and I will say there are some pretty nice ones out there. Do you have a favorite one out there on track?
Obviously that'll be the team I'm driving for. That'll probably be the, well, obviously self-bias, but if we're talking liveries, I'd say, yeah, obviously if I'm talking livery, that LMP2, that traditional LMP2, looks I love this livery. Well, both teams actually look quite nice. They kind of remind me of the JDC Miller Mustang sampling car over, well, Proton Mustang car over in IMSA, with the color palettes, the black and gold. Obviously you can never go wrong with the black and gold livery. We've seen it on Mustang sampling cars, we've seen it on Herbert Motorsport, the team that famously runs Porsches and the endurance races and the GT Masters races. But yeah, I love the black and gold accents. Obviously we also have the WAT cars running a quite fabulous Marvel liveries on their car. You can see the coats of the Marvel characters on all over their livery. So yeah, they're running both Porsches at 23 in the hypercar class, and I believe the car number 24 in the G3 class. As we see here, the safety cars starting to move. That is obviously the first safety car is for the hyperclass, followed by the LMP2 class and the GT3 class. We see here an AMG quite eager to get to the start of the race. So yeah, now we're starting the formation lap. It's going to be quite intense for these drivers, won't it?
I did see that Mercedes pull out there. That's one of those emotions you're getting under. You're forgetting all the procedures that you gotta put down, but oh man, it's gonna be very exciting. We have a total count of 36 concurrent viewers. Thank you so much for tuning in wherever you are around the world. This is going to be an exciting race, and you need to be here for the start. This one's gonna be pretty exciting. All the safety cars lined up, ready to take their class, and we're just moments away from getting this formation lap underway. But when you're on formation lap as a driver, what are some of the things you're focusing on? Maybe I can answer that for myself there. One of the things you can focus on is, ooh, whoa, what is going on there? I think one of the prototype cars have already collided with the Toyota there. Oh, and I hope that everything is good there.
had,
No worries.
Yeah, I had some issues with the microphone, but yeah. Well, yeah. What was the question again? I'm sorry, I was trying to get the microphone fixed.
No
what is
worries.
happening?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
I
I've
just
seen
saw-
a
I
good
just
bit
seen
of drama already at the start here on this formation lap. Once again, it's just tensions, and yeah.
You know, that's what damage results in that is. I would not want any damage before the race even starts. Let's hope it's minor damage that won't affect handling, but yeah, it seems to be quite the collision.
Of course, a subtle course that does make incidents look a lot more worse, but as all these drivers warm up, yes, I'll do transition to your question here. So when you're under a formation lap, what are some of the things you're worrying about on the car? Of course, one of the things you're seeing right here is that weaving, but what else are you worrying about in the cockpit?
Oh yeah, obviously, let's say you're braking to warm up your brakes to tyres and the car behind you is a bit too close, just manage to clatter your rear, give you rear damage, which is the last thing you need on this track. It's a high-speed track and with a lot of high-speed corners, so rear damage is, or even front damage is probably the worst thing you could ever ask for, especially before you even start the race. So yeah, obviously the most thing I'm worried about is the car clattering your rear. And we've seen obviously real life happening a lot, even with teammates, famous Jones incident in Qatar in the WEC. So yeah, let's hope everybody has a clean start. We've already seen a fair share of incidents before we even start, so let's hope that's the most of it for now.
This is intense. Do we know? Yeah, this should be the only formation lap.
Yeah, I believe it's one lap of, I mean, we only have enough time for one formation lap, so...
Yeah, it does look like it. Well, these guys have to get it right. Now, very interestingly, we do have the staggered starts. These drivers in different classes are all spread apart, so one of the main things you don't have to worry about too much is, well, these drivers all spread, but in terms of the hypercars, that's just a little less time than they have to meet their fellow cousins on track with the GT category. But yeah, so as all these drivers do aggressively weave on circuit, one of the things I pray to not happen is somebody have just that one little lag spike to just teleport behind and it causes chaos in the back. But as they reach the Mulsanne, the hairpin section here is our beautiful WEC safety car comes around there. Drivers are warming up their tires. They're not doing that for fun. They're doing that to warm up the temperatures. They're making sure they have the most optimal start on track. Make sure in the live chat, of course, you support your favorite drivers out there. Call them out. We hope you enjoy the action here. We've just been bumped up to about 48 concurrent viewers. So once again, thank you so much for tuning into this one, whether you are a driver, on the team, on the pit wall, watching this one, or you're a fan, family member, or a friend. We hope you enjoy this one. And what's going to be very awesome is that we're going to be able to take a look at every start individually. And we're going to, of course, start with the almighty, the hyperclass.
Yeah, as he said, everybody, like, especially when on the second sector of the track, everybody will be hoping to get as much temperature as they can into their tires and their brakes to get ready for the Dunlop chicane. You're probably entering that on 6th gear, going, well, at very high speed, so you're hoping not to clatter anybody behind you or nobody clattering in your rear. You're hoping to make as much positions as you can. It's a common overtaking spot in the first couple of laps. We've seen it IRL a lot, and we're going to definitely see some action in the first turn. Hopefully it's all clean though, so you can see every single driver desperately weaving to get as much temperature as they possibly can. As we are ticking down here, we've officially started the countdown for the race, as we're, well, 23 hours 59 minutes to go for our race. So yeah, we're now approaching the Porsche curves in the final sector. So yeah, tension building up, everybody excited, so hold on to your seats. We're gonna have a very exciting start.
Safety car lights are off. It indicates we're ready to go racing here. As you see all the drivers now heading 2 by 2, just exiting out the Porsche curves. And yeah, one little corner they have to navigate, it's that little Ford chicane. They gotta take a little slow and steady around there, but as for the front pack, they're gonna want to get away as soon as possible and get the jump as soon as those green lights come out. But I think it's time to just sit back and watch the action go off, and I'll let you take over this one. It's going to be pretty intense.
Yeah, obviously you cannot overtake the race leader even if he does not get on power until you finish the race start sector. That was the sector announced and shown visually and graphically in the race briefing that the drivers should have looked at. You see here, even until the very end, they're weaving just a tiny bit to get as much temperature as they possibly can. As we reach here the beginning of the Ford chicane, obviously the leader will start whenever he wants off the starting line whenever we hit the green flag. We actually hit the green flag, so the starting will be under the discretion of the race leader, so he might actually start at the end of the chicane, chooses not to, chooses to leave suspense. So we can see here when we start, and we start leaving it to the last second until we cross the line and he actually starts the race. And that actually dropped quite a bit behind him. That was a, well, let's say, a very smart decision by the race leader to do it. And he's already got quite a gap between the cars behind him. As we see here, car in third place, a bit of a lock up here, but nothing serious at all. We see here the ACRT portion moves in third place. Peugeot here. Other cars, some cars going clattering the curbs. As we see here, the exit of the Dunlop chicane onto the couple of turners leading to Ted Rouge, a high-speed corner that you must get just right in order not to compromise your entry for the high-speed turn. As we see a couple of changes in LMP2 as well, as the hypercars finally reach the Mulsanne straight. The top two cars already pulling quite the gap. As the LMP2 is still going to start their race. So yeah, hopefully everything goes smoothly with these guys as they reach the starting line.
Gonna be a very similar start.
Yep, you can take this one.
As he waits to the very final moment, still waiting, and he's gone. Here we go, and we are underway now for the second class here. It already looks almost 3 wide as they head up through the curve as we see.
Hypercar incident. Sorry to go, we had a hypercar incident. The number 93 Peugeot appears to have tumbled down the orders. He had a lot more cars from the LMP2.
Yeah, I think one of them has gone off. I think we're going to switch from it in just a moment there as all these guys are still going through their side by side as they just exit the Dunlop Bridge there, and they are trying to just navigate through. I think one of the more important parts is just to get out and get out alive as they all now head on to the long straight. Little kick of the grass as they go here. So a little bit of dirt that they got to just scrape off, but I do see a little bit of yellow just on their screen, so I think they're going to be noticing a couple of cars that may be off on the track. But there you see we're back up the field here, and the Aston Martin and the Alpine going side by side going down the straight.
We actually had a change of positions at the Aston Martin, a couple of change of positions actually. In 5th place, the AFS Ferrari number 27 has passed the Soyuz 774. As we see here, the GT3 starting grid, led by the ACRT, the WAE Racing Porsche.
Underway now, green flag, and the Porsches absolutely sent it, taking the lead now, and you already see that top two, it's absolutely, they're gone, side by side, the Lambo and the Audi as they go through the little first kink into the braking zone. GT is always a fun one to watch as they head into the first braking zone. It looks very clean, a little bit of damage there from the Phoenix car, as well as a little bit of side-by-side action. The BMW, as you see the Mercedes behind them trying to go through a little German warfare going on back there. But as instead, right now, looks so clean. Contact is made! The BMW! Trouble there. Audi running up.
Yeah, the Audi qualified quite well as well. That's gonna hurt both cars now because the BMW will obviously have a lot of front damage from that hit, and it's definitely something you don't want for the Mulsanne straight.
Staggering up pretty well, 2 by 2. You see this kind of racing in NASCAR, but as you see, we could see 4 wide racing. The Porsche is going to take it 3 wide. It will be 4 wide. It's not going to go well. The BMW makes contact. It's a huge crash on the Mulsanne straight. 3 cars are off.
That's a lot of damage. Let's hope none of them have. Well, obviously they're going to have to get this pit lane now because of the damage. I think the Porsche has suspension damage now. Well, I wouldn't be surprised if Porsche has suspension damage because that was a heavy hit on the straight. They've been going no less than 270 kilometers at that point on the straight, so yeah, that's a lot of incidents to start the race. Obviously the Audi will probably be satisfied with that to dismay the other cars because it now can make some positions from its own incident that we've had earlier in turn 3. So yeah, not the best way to start the race for GT3s.
Despite all that, they are still continuing to race hard. It's like they've seen all the incidents ahead of them, They don't care. The Audi cuts the nose off of the Porsche. That felt personal. Oh, I thought there was a little bit of contact there. Not at all. But as we switch up the order, you see the two leaders out there with the Aston Martin in front. But it's still looking pretty heated back here because that Porsche has a little bit of defense. Maybe has a little bit of damage. Not too sure if that was one of the Porsches in there, but it's already looking 2x2 as they head up into Indianapolis. We switch over into the hypercar class, however, and it is still looking very good. It's one of those moments where we wish we had split screen, but we do. You're gonna see that throughout the race as they head into the Mulsanne here. Oh, look how close some of those GT cars are getting. Still lots of flashes of the yellow flags there, but I don't think it's anything to worry about ahead of the track in front of these GT cars.
Yeah, you're just flashing the lights to distract the other vehicles, but in the meantime, Rahul, I'll have to leave you as I have to join my teammate in a bit to guide him through the race. So yeah, I wish you some good luck for commentary, and let's hope we all have a clean race for now.
For sure, and thank you for joining us here, and best of luck in your race.
No, of course, I'll be back in a bit, but yeah, in the meantime, it's just bumper cars across. We cannot take a break in GT3 class, but yeah, I'll leave you to roll.
No worries. Alright, so Abdul's gonna head on out, and it's just me in the commentary booth, but it's all okay. You're not gonna miss any bit of action as we now hit our split screen that we're gonna see up here, because we have a great battle here for the hyperclass category there as they go side by side just before they head into the Porsche curbs, and the Aston Martin, or I think that's a Vanwall, I think, just getting the move done as they successfully get into the Porsche curbs. Holy, no, it was actually Indianapolis. Oh wow, I'm getting all my notes wrong here, but nonetheless though, just in the background there's still more bits of side by side action. Interesting to note that P2 there, the hypercar of Team Watts, purple in the first sector, so very quick that he's going through. Thank you for all the compliments there in the live chat, but overall we do have some incredible racing. But you look to the left of your screen, we still have that GT battle that's still looking crazy. Has anybody entered the pits? I don't think they have, and what a big crash that was on the back straight as you see side by side the BMW trying to look for against the Audi. Could he get it done? Not this time around. Gonna have to wait for another move here as he heads up into turn one. The BMW going through, snaking through all the cars on the back on the Audi. Looked like a little bit of lag. Didn't look like he was going sliding there. Just behind them, that Mercedes, a little bit of damage. Oh, there's trouble. One of the cars may have gone off. I'm not too sure who that is. Yeah, one of the cars going off there. I think that is the hypercar category. I hope everything is good there as you look to the right of your screen here. And oh, bit of lock up there. I think that is the Aston Martin. Yes, it is. That pink Aston Martin 077 chasing down under the Dunlop Bridge, going through the rights and lefts. And well, where do you pick your move? The overtake could be done on the Mulsanne as you see slipstream galore here. The BMW looking for a move, pulls out to the outside. This looking to be, oh, there's contact! There is contact in an incident that headed on onto the Mulsanne straight for the hypercar class category. And it's drama as you see the BMW narrowly avoiding the wall. There's contact! There is contact! The Audi touched him! Oh! And one of the prototype cars contact with the BMW. The blend has already begun, and you can see all the chaos that goes down here, and there's still more cars to go through. That BMW, the poor driver, is gonna want to just get out the way as soon as possible. He does so, but here you see, this is the blend we watch. This is the blend we worry about. As you see, oh my goodness me, the Porsche now trying to look, finding a move on the Audi. We heard it from Abdul. It's all about patience around here. It's way better to lose a couple of seconds, 5-10 seconds, maybe staying behind a car rather than 30-40 seconds under the pit lane, the pit wall here. But wow, you can already see the drama going down. I'm just rewinding the stream on our side here, trying to figure out what happened on the initial entry onto the Mulsanne. Was there contact? And it was the Aston Martin that went down the inside of the Porsche. Well, both of them were taken out. And wow, it was pretty heated out there. But Once again, still green flag racing. You see that Mercedes and the Porsche side by side. They also have that Van Wall behind them looking for an overtake. You also see the 2 BMWs just in the foreground, 2 hypercars coming through, looks like. Yes, it is one of them just overtaking now. And now we kind of swap over sides here, because on the left-hand side, you can see the GT category there, led by the 2 Audis and one of the hypercars trying to go through. It's 3 wide. Oh my goodness, that's the, well, that's scary there, as you see. Oh, where's the hypercar actually gone? He's disappeared there for the moment. There he is. It still could be 3 wide just behind them. Another hypercar trying to go through. On the right-hand side of your screen, you see a LMP2 class battle. Just behind that, we look to the left of our screen. A lot more of an easier place for both of those hypercars to go through. Lots of damage, though, especially for some of the GT3 cars and the hypercar class. Trying to go through side by side through the Porsche curves. 2 Audis go through. Is there any potential chance of a move being made there for the 666? Not this time around, but he's gonna get absolutely shunted there. And I think that was an Alpine that got it all wrong, trying to go through. We earlier saw carnage from them early on in this race, as you see one of the Aston Martins going through in the hyper class. It looks like that Alpine has not lost a step. He's right back on it, but losing a position. It's getting more exciting at the hypercar class category. You don't normally see that. That stuff usually happens towards later in the race, but these drivers, they are putting it all on the line for an incredible audience here of 57 concurrent viewers. And well, we are truly getting a race out here on our hands, as we see, I think, a little bit of defense there. Trying to go through into Indianapolis, hard on the brakes. Very slide, big slide, in fact. Touches the gravel on the outside, and he's gonna have to do one of the more painful things of just watching his opponents just go past them constantly over and over and over again, waiting for that space to come back out on circuit. Wow. So as we look back onto the Mulsanne Straight, you see the hypercars overtaking that GT3 Porsche there. That beautiful battle. But as we switch up to our battle here for P2, that is, yes it is, the man in P2 looking very fast this lap, around 1.5 seconds quicker on this lap. His Delta's looking very good out there, especially with the help of the slipstream. But you see, looking for a move. This is, of course, your battle for second position. The Porsche against the Toyota, against, I think that is also another Porsche. Yes, it is. So all of them, 3-car battle. Who is going to be the real winner out here? It's all about how you play your cards right. They're just coming down to the end of the Mulsanne Straight, heading into the Mulsanne corner itself. Side by side for the move here. The Toyota trying to go through, gets through. The Porsche behind him tried to follow through, but stays P4. And we have a new driver up there in second, the hypercar Reiter 176. And the GR10 is going to try to really stretch his legs out, but one of the Porsches behind looking to the inside, trying to look for a move on his sister car, but of course not. Teammates gets the move done. Team in manufacturers, of course, gets it done as they head into Indianapolis. Now, what's great about multi-class racing is you have a long ways to go before the very end. And you see there, as you see that GR having a little bit of great battles there. Almost the Porsche trying to go through, but the 703 does not find his way up the inside. Also now heading up into the Porsche cars, we are looking there at P4, looking for any potential chance at an overtake, but they start to spread apart now. You look to the right of your screens, you also see some of the LMP2s getting through on the GT3 category. Now as you head on to the back straight, or the one of the main straights, the Mulsanne, as we see the LMP2 class flying by here, pretty spread apart decently, I will say. As you see side by side, almost already going through one of the Peugeots, already going past, going into the Porsche curves. The Mercedes is going to have a little bit of fun back there, but we swap up to one of the Lamborghinis. trying to chase down one of the Porsches. Now, one thing we didn't say through the break before we got this racing underway, it's very crucial about the overtakes and how you could use, if you're a hypercar driver, if you're an LMP2, if you're a guy in a prototype, you use the GT cars to your advantage. They're going to be slowing up the cars ahead. Well, what is it like on the other side of the script? How do you feel about a GT car? Well, it's actually quite the same, right? Essentially, GT cars are knowing that hypercars are going to be going through. Now, in terms of a GT car, if you're in a battle here, there's going to be a prototype that's going to slide it up the inside, it's going to throw it down there, and the GT car, you just got to follow through, hit your marks, and you're going to be able to save a lot of time behind him and try to get the overtakes as soon as possible. So it's going to be very crucial. So we now swap to one of our bigger screens here. You're still going to have the smaller split screen at the bottom, but now you can see the deltas, and especially you see 6/10 behind, a little slide there from the Porsche as he's chasing down that Toyota and actually looking for one of the other Porsches, not seeing where he has gone. Looking down the order, did he make a pit stop? Not seeing it, so I'm actually not too sure why the other Porsche disappeared. Oh, it's actually P11, so some trouble must have went down there. As you see, side by side here, battle for 9th overall, and of course 9th in this hypercar category here. A little slide there on getting so close to the tire barriers on the outside. Fantastic battle here. 7/10 the difference, 3/10 the difference as you see battle for 9th. But of course we still have that battle for P2 there on your marks. Looking at the LMP2 category, you can see the actually interesting, got the move there before they even got into the chicane, and the Cadillac, I believe that is going a little bit wide. Is that Cadillac? No, that is a that's a Ferrari actually, just going through on the Peugeot. Yes, it is. As we look to our LMP2 class, looking for the lead gap. You can already see the lead gap between first place man P12 in the Rebellion against last place man in P11 in the hypercar category, and that was Watch Trouble for P10. Bit of yellow flags that came out for him for the moment. Looks to be fine though, maybe a little love tap on the wall as we watch this GT battle here for P7 or P6. And we now swap over to the battle for P3 and P2 as the Porsche goes through on the Porsche curves respectively. Home turf, baby! Contact is made, there's trouble, and a hard crash in the Porsche curves. The Porsche at the Porsche curves goes off and drops down the order. He was in the middle of the track, and I hope that the drivers can go through safely. He's still struck in there, still trying to find a way to go through. And just like that, the Porsches are having the worst luck around here at Le Mans. First it was Team Watts, the number 023 down in P11, and now it's P6 going from P2. It's a horror show for the German-based team, and that is absolute drama there for this early stage of this race. But so far, we have an overtake there for P6. Looks like, yes, B7, BMW against Porsche. As we watch there, the Aston Martin, who's actually ahead of both of those cars up the road. And wow, it's really getting intense. It's really getting hot out here. Pit stop is already made, and unsurprising, the Porsche who had that contact there, the number 073, through the Porsche curves, takes it straight to the pit lane. Apologies for the little bit of lag that you see there at the bottom of your screen. We are getting that one sorted out as soon as we can, but that is huge there for the Porsche, and takes it to the pits. And now all Porsches in this race are at the back of the field. As we swap now to a LMP2 battle, a little different flavor here, as all these guys are going to be pretty close on track. We also swap to P27 there. I think that is, yes, Team Abby 133. Is a little bit of no man's land there, trying to look for any bit of friends, somebody to battle with. Not too far up the road. Oh, there's trouble behind him. 2 cars behind. P29. No idea what's happened to him, but some yellows came out. But you see the little P sign, a little white on P11 overall. And that is, of course, the damages trying to be repaired here as we have this battle here in the mid-pack. And we have the LMP2 Watts, and they're trying to really come together here and try to get some overtakes as we watch through the Porsche curves now. P20 overall. This is actually the last place driver in the LMP2 category. Swap up through and you see the LMP2 class. You don't see that often, but you take a look there. The LMP2 class getting ahead, the Rebellion getting ahead, and the Valkyrie getting through on the Porsche in pits. And yes, as Chad has said, race is long and it's not the end at all. But if you're going for the win, it's going to be quite tough to come back through. But we've seen so much drama both in the real world and in sim, where it's all about coming to the end. In order to finish, first you must finish. And these drivers are going to be knowing that all too well. 5/10 the difference between the overall 18th and 19th on track. You see them both together here as they are about to enter onto the Mulsanne straight. 23 hours, 37 minutes to go. I am your current commentator here, Rahul Nasir. I have a league of my own, Caribbean Motor Racing Sim Club. So if you love my voice and you love my action, we have racing going on later today. But we still have a lot of early racing bits to go on here before we get to any sorts of points there. One thing I am very curious about is how pit stop strategies are going to go for. I have no idea when these guys are going to be coming in, how tires are going to feel, how positions are going to be changed, especially with how long pit stops are going to be made. And actually, we're going to see one of them over here, the number 073, making one of his 15 long pits. Now, the long pit stops are made a little differently to regular pit stops. They have to purposely come into their pits a little bit longer than normal. So these drivers are going to be using that, and it's really going to be a big strategy play. 15 of those long stops to make in this one, and sometimes you can get some driver changes as well. Unfortunately, we're not going to see who exactly is under the wheel of these cars, but you may see it in different paces if you pay attention to when drivers are pitting. 7 laps overall completed, and a great run through the Ford chicane, and there you see the Porsche finally cutting through the order. That is Team Watts finally getting those moves done and, well, back up in the race. That was one of the cars earlier on who had trouble in this one, and yes, it's still all to play for. And chat is saying that there is some great action, especially for P3 on track as we look here. P8 battle for, I think that is 7th overall. Yes, it is, as we head on to the Mulsanne straight once again. It's going to be a hell of a battle here as we watch there the Ferrari looking for a move there. We swap on over back through Indianapolis and P16, and that move also being made for P7. And the Ferrari going through, I think that was actually 2 Ferraris, potentially. Oh, look at that long bit of slipstream into the quick flicks of the chicane there. You know, both the chicanes going through and then exiting out. And it may look long there. That is pretty far, 5/10. But what's even closer is what we see in front of our screens here. The LMP2 category battling very hard. The mid-pack as per se, and still very much in this competition to win here. But P1, though, overall, in all 3 categories, have it easy out there. It's P1 in the hyperclass category, the Alpine, as we see side by side, little bit of Audi warfare here. We saw these guys come together a little bit earlier on in the form of pack racing, but there you see the 666 just about able to go through. A little bit of contact is made, just a little love tap saying I am still here. Exiting out the Ford chicane, back onto the front straight once again to cross over another lap. They're going to be completing, I think that's probably lap 6 or 7 now of this race, but now pulling to the outside there. 003 looking for a move here. Now, interestingly, going to the outside. It's not the optimal line for this first corner here, but now as we enter the braking zone, it would be, but backs out. And no chance for a move that's going to go on there, as you see it going under the Cadillac sign. No sign of a Cadillac here. There's only one Cadillac actually on track as they head through the Tetra Rouge onto the Mulsanne straight. Little kick there for the red and blue. LMP2 car just ahead of the LMP2 Watts team, the 022 car, 6/10 just behind, still looking for a potential to get this overtake done. But yes, as I was saying, fastest lap there for the LMP2, sorry, the hyperclass that he's put down there. Purple lap there. Actually, no, it was a P2 there, actually. So good lap there from him. As we head here, ooh, side by side bit of action. Here's the GT car just desperately wanting to get out the way. And yes, just about able to do so. And now we can see Watts looking for a move on P15 overall. Looking under the slipstream, hard on the brakes through the second set of chicanes. And ooh, looks to be a move there from actually Watts, so we not too sure what actually happened between them, but there was a position change. We're looking now, and yes, we see it. So Watts has got the move done, P15 overall, and also another move as we were just watching those cars earlier. The 035 getting the move done and going through for, oh, actually, there's a bit of side-by-side action between those two. Also, the GT3 category looking pretty nice as well out there, as they head onto the hard braking zone into the Mulsanne, exiting out onto the front straight. Oh, there's trouble back there, actually. One of the Porsches coming into contact with one of the LMP2s, I believe, and not able to switch through that at the moment there. We also have a great bit of damage for some of the GT3 cars, just missing on our screens there. But luckily, these guys don't have too much damage, so they can still carry on. So far, only one of the long pit stops are made, and that is, of course, for the Team Watts Porsche, as we swap up through our race leader in the GT3 category. Look at the beautiful gap. He's got 8 seconds, followed by P2 of the GT3 Watts team, who's having a lot better luck than his fellow team members of the hypercar class and the LMP2 class. Fantastic livery there. We look down to P3 as a very scary prototype car comes behind there. It's the 012, as you see the GT3 there behind for P4 overall, the Lamborghini, and that's actually P24 overall, P4 in his respective class. We swap up here. This battle is not quite over yet, as the number 026 trying to look for a move. We're actually just going to shorten that down. We're just going to call him the number 26 here. I don't see any 26s in the class here. No, there isn't. So we're just going to keep it at 26, just to not confuse it there. Oh, a little slide there on exit for the red and blue LMP2 car. And it's not going to be great as they race up to the front straight and heading into turn 1. As we watch here now the HGE car looking for a move on an HGE car, but not in the same class, of course, but same looking livery. Unfortunately, though, for the number 26, unable to get that move despite that little bit of slide the 14 did produce as they head under the famous Dunlop Bridge and getting ready to head onto the Mulsanne. Once again, another long slipstream fest here. A lot of these drivers are going to be doing a couple hours on stint on these cars, so we're going to be with them for quite a while before we see a couple drivers may put the swap here. But another fastest lap for the Toyota GR10, and he is starting to close up that gap. Now, granted, the gap is about 19 seconds. Last lap time, though, of course, for the Alpine, a 21.501, and it's actually his fastest lap and the fastest lap of the race overall. And P2's got a little bit of work to do in the hypercar class category, but once again, we still look at that battle on your screen there. We look at the BMW on track, the lone Beamer on circuit. P6 overall, P6 in his class, of course. And, well, really right now, when you're in the no man's land, that's probably the best place you want to be in some of these races, because you just want to get through the time alive and, well before you get to that infamous driver swap, driver changes on track. Let's swap over to the chat here. See who's the best. Thank you so much there, Adam Race Clips. What is my favorite livery on track? Well, man, that is a good one there. Chat is saying the Watt livery. Which one actually there, chat, are you referring to? There's actually a lot of good liveries on track. Which one would my favorite ones? probably one of the lone Mercedes, one of the two Mercedes, but I'm of course talking about the Abbey Racing car. Honestly, really love the turquoise look on that livery there. That's the number 133, and well, right now he's currently sitting P27 overall. The slower of the two Mercedes, but still has a fantastic livery. I do have a couple drivers I do know on the grid on track, so a lot of these guys I'm not too fond with. Of course, we did hear Adrian, who is the 007 car. They are currently, where are they on track? They're actually the leaders, as we see more of the blend starting to go through as this battle continues on. Now, real easy overtake there for one of the prototypes, the LMP2 class, and the other one trying to follow through. We look down the order for the 003 car here, P18 overall, still chasing down the 026, but he's going to be off his line here going through the Porsche curves and cannot get past the Audi ahead. This is exactly what we were talking about. Going offline, having to take a shorter line behind him. That gap is still fighting here. An amazing pack battle. The Audi's just going to want to get out of the way as soon as possible. As they head into the Ford chicane, this could be trouble as the Audi, you know what, credit to him, got out the way before he got to the Ford chicane. That's a very smart thing to do as a racing driver, just being respectful. Oh, trouble! There is one of the hypercar classes trying to go through, and you see there, 3 wide on the straight, just swapping off of it. However, though, did want to see what did go down in that battle there for the moment. And P17, I think that is, yes, they're going side by side up to the first couple of corners there. Not going to see the ending of that one, sadly. Oh, there's trouble! There's yellow flags as well for the two of those cars. We're actually going to just see the ending of that as the Abbey Mercedes, as we just saw one of the cars going off turn 1, and there was a huge incident that unfortunately we could not catch live there, but we still have this battle here that is battling for one of the last place spots here on track. Man, a lot of action going on, but don't worry about the action that you're missing. We're still going to check it out as soon as possible. And commentary audio is a bit low when you have the camera close to the cars. Okay, thank you, chat, there for that. Yeah, we're just making sure everything audio is good to go. Small little technical difficulties. Yes, the audio is slightly distorted. We're gonna try to get that sorted out as soon as possible. But yes, though, apologies for all the audio technicalities going on in the stream. A little bit of damage there from the Sputnik 122 car. Looks like he had a crash with the maybe tapped the barriers, not too sure. Thank you once again for the compliments of commentary. Once again, if you want to continue to hear my voice, I'll be commentating the 3rd round of the Caribbean Motor Racing Sim Club Endurance Championship. That's if you want to hear my voice, but make sure to have a tab open at this race too, because endurance racing is just a fantastic category to watch. Yes. Yeah, a bit of distortion, apologies there, but thank you for the feedback. Keep it coming. 60 concurrent viewers. We've been 90 minutes now, but we have a long way to go. We also have another stream going on, not in the English language, of course. It's, do we have it up and running? Ooh, not yet. So, I think it's the German commentary team that's not up at the moment. I think they're just having some technical bits of difficulty, so this is your only official way of watching the 24 hours of Le Mans here on AC Friends, as we watch this battle here of Team Abbey against HGE now as they head up through into Indianapolis. Any sign of a move, not able to get it done there, so we're going to swap on these guys here. And one thing you're going to notice that the gaps have started to open up pretty wide here, but one gap that's starting to bit close up. It's the HGE of the LMP2 category, and they're looking pretty spicy. We also have this battle here because remember, the Porsche, while passing through the place where he once had a bit of an incident. It's damage limitation for the 073 back on circuit and wanting to make quick work of his team there's trouble there. I think one of the hypercars P10 had a bit of trouble. And yes, there is some sort of trouble going on. Oh, contact there for the Aston Martin trying to go through on the Mercedes. A little bit of lag as well as the start finish line. There was a bit of damage and I saw a bit of red, and that is one of the worst things you could see because that's where it starts to affect the aerodynamics. Not gonna lie, this is one of the best streams I'm watching. Thank you so much there as they head into the Porsche curves. Sorry, not the Porsche curves, that's the Ford chicanes once again. Getting a little bit of mixed up with corner names there. Apologies. As we will continue to watch this battle here, we also have a move being swapped as we now swap up to the battle for P13. The HGE car still wanting to get 2 HGE cars in battles, of course, for the GTE and the GT3 and the LMP2 side by side as they go up in the chicane. We also have continuing damage limitations. P16 overall, and the 073 car of ACRT is trying to get through on this traffic, and it's a nightmare, especially these who, well, I think that's one of the last cars he wants to see for the moment there, as they head up through the Tetra Rouge, and the HG car, the Audi, still defending his line, but the Mercedes tries to keep close behind, swap up a little later through this class here. Also a move there, P13 overall. I believe that's P4 in the LMP2 category. And finally, that red and blue car of Sputnik is trying to go through and gets the move done, as well as the Mercedes here going down into the first of the 2 chicanes on the Mulsanne Straight. And still, that Team Abbey cannot get that move done on the Audi, still hunting for a move. This is, of course, your battle for P7 in the GT3 class here. And make sure if you're enjoying the stream, hit that subscribe button on AC Friends here, as well as hitting that bell notification. It's not a script that every YouTuber has to say, I promise, because if you want to see this type of racing, as we see here, another positions being made, you gotta hit that and join here at AC Friends. If you want to get on this action, join the Discord as soon as possible. Get in on the action. I think there is a link on the YouTube channel, but we'll get a link up on the chat here shortly. Meanwhile, as we head down at this battle here, Sputnik still trying to find a move here and cannot at the moment. Hard on the brakes here, GT3 car, a little contact with Abbey, so looks like there is a little bit of damage here between the two. Also, Team Watts of the LMP2 category going down the order, getting overtaken once again by that P15 of the hypercar Porsche. Side by side now as we head up into the Porsche curves between those 2 GT3 cars there. It's pretty close there, side by side, neck and neck. Hopefully we'll switch to that in a moment's time, but looking on board now with P14 overall, looking for the battle for P13. Team AMA as we now swap back to this battle here. So Abbey unable to get that move done, but Team 133 desperately wanting to get this move done as soon as possible. Feeling like they're held up. I mean, both of them are battling together. They're 15 seconds off of the next car up the road, as you see. Once again, Team Watts just overtaking through there, that comic strip looking car, which, you know what, I may have to change my preferred livery in this race. That is a very lovely livery, as we find here now the leader of the T3 category getting overtaken by the Team Sputnik LMP2. Once again, exiting out the Porsche curves. Still, that Mercedes looks for a move on the inside, but still a long ways to get. That Team HGE, we swap up here, there's a position once again being made, and you're just going to see that little red color going through. If you are just joining us into the stream, welcome to the 24 Hours of Le Mans presented by AC Friends. I'm your current commentator right now, host of Caribbean Motor Racing Sim Club, Rahul Nasir. If you love my voice, you can check my stuff out there, Caribbean Motor Racing Sim Club. But as it stands right now, we have a race going on later today, but you want to keep both tabs open because endurance racing is oh so awesome to watch. As we watch here now, the last place drivers still battling hard no matter what position these guys are in. They are still having quite a bit of fun out there, as you see. Bit of lockup, back out on, a little Canadian flag out there. Support here, I'm a Canadian myself, so love to see the support as well on track. Still, Team Abby looks to find a move, and look how much track limits there the Audi is going through. Of course, said it early on in the broadcast, you give a driver an inch, they're going to take a mile. Get a little snippet, a little sniff of slipstream or a better exit. Well, they're going to take it if that means a little tap through the grass every second, every half a tenth, every single tenth. It all counts here in racing. But still, long ways to go here. 23 hours, 17 minutes. You're going to hear my voice for a couple more hours here in the booth before I take my leave. And the next time you're going to be hearing my voice going to be tomorrow during the finale, the final 2 hours. I'll be back in the booth. We also have a little close battle there for the last place drivers here of the LMP2 category. Pink and white car defending, looks like no, not defending, as they head up through Indianapolis. Hard slipstream here, but interesting enough that 026 not going for the move. Position being swapped there. Once again, the Valkyrie letting through on the hypercar there, the Porsche, just up the road. Still, this racing is not slowing down at all. We are still high adrenaline in this one behind. Look at the pace difference. You're also seeing the hypercar against the LMP2. And wise enough, oh, pit stop is actually being made for one of the drivers. That is your race leader. So, after 13 laps, your race leader coming in, followed by P2 and P3. This looks like the official pit stop time for the hypercar class category. The fuel cannot make it any longer than 13 laps here at Circuit de la Sarthe. So the top four now coming in for the pit stop. 17 seconds until we see P5 potentially come in. We're also looking at Abby now having to let through the position, of course, to who is that? One of the other hypercar classes up there. Also, LMP2 coming in. Two drivers coming in for their pit stops. Interestingly enough, that was one of the bottom fields of the drivers. Thanks for the love there, Adam, in the chat. Yeah, so look at that. More drivers in the pits, but crucially enough, the Alpine has got out and got out well. Team Watts staying out, looks like maybe for another lap. Who knows? Potentially, will he? I think so. Of course, remember, that's one of the cars who was a little bit tangled up early on in this race. Not too sure if he made a pit stop there because of that damage. We do know one of the other drivers of P12 overall did make one of those pit stops for sure. I don't think we have a word on... Actually, we do have a word on who made one of the long stops. I can double check that one now. But meanwhile, though, 19 seconds the leader is in the Alpine. As you see, P5 crucially getting through on one of the Mercs in the GT3 category, heading onto the Mulsanne Straight, and once again, pit stops cycling through. So after 13 laps, it's very interesting to note down, to keep behind for your bits of homework there. Meanwhile, I don't think I may have blanked out, but there was Team Watts from P2 who actually made a spin, so apologies if you saw it on stream there and you didn't hear a commentary call off on it, but there was a spin heading on to the Mulsanne Straight. That was with 15 minutes left to go. It was a quick little 360 back on, but one thing's for sure, the gap he had from the start there, well, it's all gone down from there, and the gap is now 2 seconds between P3 and P2 of Team Watts, who had already made his pit stop 8 laps ago. So on an alternate strategy, rip ACF hypercar. One of many of these hypercars is the BMW and the Ferrari P9, P10. They are both heavy in the pits right now, but great field of drivers. Now, one thing you cannot see, the ACRT, yes. One thing you don't get to see that I'm actually seeing right now is who exactly is in some of these live chats. Now, taking a live look at the official Discord of AC Friends, you get to see a lot of different names out here. Some drivers, if you're racing, you may be familiar with some of them, and if you're in the world of sim racing, one of the drivers here, especially Assetto Corsa, one thing I do want to say, one of the developers for Real Penalty, as I was thinking, 096 P10 BMW coming in for a long stop. I believe the Ferrari might also be one of those drivers, potentially. He's still in P11, so maybe one of those crucial long stop that all these drivers need to go through side by side there as one of the prototypes going through. So yes, one of the developers for Real Penalty, the penalty system essentially for today's race, is actually developed by one of the drivers here, and very cool to see. Now, some other names I do know, including some of former sim racing series drivers. That's the CMRC crew. Some of them are in here, of course, not representing CMRC, but representing Sunset Outrun, as yes, as I was saying there, as I predicted, the Ferrari there coming in. But yes, I also just seen here Cole Bradbury, Vitor Biro, of course, Vitor, one of our former race winners, Hayden Clampett, also in there. That's Team Sunset Outrun. I do know a handful of guys in there. Chad is still going off there. A lot of CMRC seeing here, and overall chat supporting their favorite drivers here. Support your favorite guys out there. Who do you want to see going off? So far, the only retirements we see on our screen there is one of the safety cars, as the GT3 category also starts to make their pit stops. Interesting enough, the LMP2s, not all of them are deciding to come in, but those tanks for the GT3s are starting to empty out. Love the support in the chat. Thank you so much. Good racing. Let's go. Great action there in the chat. Keep the support going here. AC Friends, 60 concurrent viewers, an amazing little broadcast we have here. But once again, pit stop still going through, so it's our time to just relax here and let all those drivers do their things, because once they get on track and new, that is when we are going to get real hard racing going down. Any way to know who's driving at the moment? Not for stream. I'll do my best to try to find out who is individually on each team, but as of the stream right now, we're going to work on it. But a good question there, thank you for it, as we see the Lamborghini getting past one of the Mercedes there. So the 917 side by side. This is actually battle for position. This is of course battle for fourth in the GT3 category, side by side before they head on to the back straight. And smart there from the Lamborghini, just backing off, and oh wow, retirement at the moment for the AFS Porsche. I was one of the Porsches who got it wrong at the Porsche curves, and we have a DNF on his name, and I hope that is not a full retirement from this run. I hope that is potentially, if that's a driver swap, but we may be seeing our first retirement in this race. That is huge. We'll keep you updated on that story. But holy, that is huge. More long pit stops are being made, and successfully being done in this one. Wow, I really hope everything is good on that forefront, because that is one of the worst heartbreaks you want. I hope it is driver swaps and we can see that one on track back again. That's the more important part. Really hope it's driver swaps. Either way though, still a long race left to go for all these guys out here. And let's just look down the order, starting off with our man in P1. That's the hypercar class, the Alpine, the lone Alpine on track. The 007 still looking very fast out there. And actually, that was coming from one of our commentators we had early on in the stream, Adrian. We heard a little bit from Adrian. We didn't hear him fully in this one. Looking for Abdul. I'm not too sure what team he's racing with at the moment. Eventually, we're going to start to bring up some drivers as well who do finish their stints. We just want to, well, let them be for now, because still, even though we're just about to head into our first hour of racing, we still have a long ways to go out here. But still, we watch this battle here for P4, the Lamborghini, looking for a potential move on here. Actually, just getting some information here from the moderation crew, the guys who make this one possible, and just getting some more information on our side here. And so yes, unfortunately, on stream itself, we will make sure everyone is mentioned here to the best of our abilities. Is anyone from CMRC driving? That's of course the league I run, Caribbean Motor Racing Sim Club. Yes, I've seen a couple names here, not concurrent CMRC drivers, but of course that is the Sunset Outrun team. They have Cole Bradbury, Vito Ribeiro, two names that you may know, especially for he was a former race winner in CMRC back at Road Atlanta for TCRs, so he's a very quick driver to watch out there. Is he one of the drivers on track? I'm not too sure. Trouble for Sprutnik, however. There's yellow flags on him. P19 now going down to 20. What has happened to him? Looking for it. There's a bit of damage on the car and not able to see what has happened there. I really hope everything is good to go. Very shortly, we're going to take we're going to try to see if we get some bits of updates onto the stream here. Once again, just having small technical difficulties, especially with the audio being a bit distorted. And we're also going to see a couple bit of changes on screen. So as we watch actually here side by side, this battle going down for P16 overall. And once again, Sprutnik, still more trouble for him. No idea what's going down. I'm not too sure if he's running off the circuit. One thing's for sure, we see that Team Watch just shuffling down the order, down to P17 overall. So, yes, we're going to have more camera cuts very shortly. Just in a couple minutes time, we're going to make sure a lot of those issues are sorted out. So just bear with us for this one for the last couple of minutes. But we are now exiting the first hour of 24. The drivers are going to have 23 hours left to go in this one. Long ways away. As you gravel in the background being kicked up there. And just looking through more names in the spotters, not seeing, well, seeing a lot of different names from different backgrounds. Some Germans, some British drivers, Italians in here. So lots of drivers from all around the world, Brazil as well. So shout out to all those guys. But yes, we will show more drivers on track shortly. We're gonna get some more camera cuts here in a moment's time here. So just hang on with us for just a couple more minutes. So, as we continue on this battle here, we continue to watch these two GT3 cars here. It's Mercedes against Lamborghini as they head up the straight here. But once again, don't worry about the flashing yellows on track. That's just a settle course. They're doing a settle course of things. We swap over to the last place cars here for P18 overall. Number 26 hunting down. That looks to be an Orca just up the road there. But as it stands right now, I think one of the closer battles we have on track is that P4 MRE. And that is one of the drivers to be watching shortly on. They're going to have a battle for third position. They're going to be pretty close together, so any lap cars, just like as you watch, there's the Alpine, the race leader of this one, goes through. Look there in the top down from the helicopter, watching some of these drivers. A helicopter at a record speed, I will say. And I gotta give a raise to this cameraman, whoever's watching this car down here. But he's 1.1 seconds behind the SDE car. That's the pink Orca just up the road. We switch back to this Lamborghini in this dogfight here against Mami Course. And still looking for a move to get done as 3 minutes away before we head out of the first hour. Well, actually, I will say it's a couple more minutes because we did start this race with 23 hours and 57 minutes, I believe, left to go. And all right, perfect. So we're just getting word from our steward's room that we're just going to be able to get some of these fixes done as soon as possible. So just give us about 2 minutes of your time. I'm going to go dark here for the moment. Stream is still up, of course. And we're going to continue to watch this battling here. But as for my voice, we're going to be down for just a minute. And we'll be right back going. So stay with us. This is AC Friends, the 24 hours of Le Mans and round 4 of this incredible championship. Stay with us. We'll be back. All right, a few seconds off, and I am back here. Now, one thing we can now officially watch here is some of the camera cuts here. So earlier on, we did have some technical difficulties that we couldn't switch cameras as much as we wanted to different battles. Now we officially have everything going on here. So here we go. Battle for the classes here. We watch some of these classes go through here. Just gonna get right back over to the overall side of things. There you go. So battles going down here. This is your battle for position. Let's go on board on the nose now as we chase down for P2. Now this one is gonna be for ladies and gentlemen. This one's gonna be close. And passing through these chicanes there, trying to get through. So just doing one final bit of making sure all our leaderboards are good to go here. And I think we are good. Yes, we are. Okay, so apologies for that. Let's look back at this battle here. As they head into Indianapolis, look how close it's getting here. With this battle going down. Just excuse us for one moment. We're just gonna swap here slowly to the rear cam. There we go. So this is, of course, your battle for P2 overall and P2 in the hypercar class category. We're going to swap to a couple of the teams in a moment. Send your requests in on who do you want to check out on track, and we will look at that for the moment. Also, another battle going on here is actually there is a move between the team Watt here, side by side with the Porsche. Oh, a little bit of contact there as they were heading up the straight here. I think they're heading up into Indianapolis. Yes, and Watts is going to go through P6 overall. That was a very scary, almost a plane crash. Let's head down to this battle here, this number 026. Slipstreaming down, looking for a move onto Indianapolis. Is there a potential way to get the move done here? Doesn't look like it. Has to stay back. 3/10 though, the difference between here. And there's traffic that the drivers are going through. So Team MRE trying to go through. Hopefully this is the right MRE car you want to take a look at right now. On track here. Wow, this one is going to get intense. It's gonna get heated out here. As you see, a lot of dirt getting kicked out, getting as wide as possible. The Toyota desperately trying to get away. Luckily for him, though, got a BMW who's sitting in the middle of the track. And you see both of the hypercar classes going just past the both of them. Pit stop being made here for one of the Aston Martins. So coming in for his pit stop there. But we switch back to this battle here. Still very close. And look at that. One of the Porsches just in the way of the Toyota. Big chance for a move here. Contact is made twice, 3 times in a row. And it's a huge incident. And that poor Porsche does also get collected. That was Team Watts as well. And that is one of the worst things that could happen there. The Watts drivers getting it all wrong. Oh, man, that is huge. But as for the Toyota, it lives on for... Well, actually, no, it doesn't. He was the one who got into contact. And MRE, the hypercar of the Cadillac, that's going to be looked at, that's for sure. I think penalties are... I'm not too sure penalties are done during race or after race, but one thing's for sure, that is not going to slide. That... Oh, man. I understand it from the Cadillac's point of view, trying to get through, but you got to be a lot more patient there than that. Also, look how close this battle is here. Miami course slipstreaming down. You see the Lambo just ahead. 3-car battle here. Looking for a position on board with the Mercedes. 3-car battle here. As you see, the hypercar is just going to fly right through. And this is your battle for 3rd position. On board with the Lambo, you hear it screaming down. Both the Lambo and the Audi have sounding engines. As you see the Audi looking to the outside. You don't see this one often. Can he get the move done? Yes, he does. Gets it done, and the Lambo desperately trying to get on his marks to let sure one car, if one car goes through, the other one does not. Another position being made here. I think that's one of the Ferraris who did make a long stop, and the Orca stays behind there as they head into the braking zone. Oh wow, but look how close the LMP2 car class gets. And well, of course they're not in the same race. That's your leader Trouble, however. Oh, there's trouble there for the Peugeot. Faces the wrong way for the moment, gets it back going. Now he's got a little bit of a buffer behind him, or does he? No, he doesn't, not anymore. And look at that. Side by side here, the ACRT car side by side, and it's gonna get some easy pickings here from a slightly wounded prototype of the Peugeot there. And still, you know, the credits to him, trying to get that move done. And not surprising at all, the Toyota comes in for his pit stop, trying to get the best angle there. There you go. Gonna want to get that damage sorted out as soon as possible. When you're running in the top 3, that is the last thing you need to be taken out, and he is going to be absolutely fuming. DNFs for the moment, but don't worry, I think we've already established, hopefully, that it's just driver swaps. Potentially, I'm not too sure. We are hearing official word, and you see it in chat, that it is under investigation. So, crucial enough. Now, he has retired. I'm not too sure if that's a full retirement, if it's a driver swap. We're going to keep you updated on that. Trouble, though, for the GT3 car. The Audi that was battling very close with early on in this one and facing the wall. Just on the exit of the Porsche curve section, heading up into the Ford chicane. Oh, man, that is horrible. Luckily, though, it is just a driver swap. A Japanese-based team, the manufacturer-based. So the Toyota is going to continue to make sure everything is in working order. So still driver swaps. Unfortunately, we're unsure what is what when it comes to driver swaps or full retirements. One thing I will say, though, that is a little bit unfortunate in this one. Actually, I think we're actually good to go here. No, the Porsche early on that did have that DNF for the moment, it was just, of course, that driver swap. So the only retirement, of course, we have in here is a safety car out of this server here. So that's very good there. Let's go down the order and let's see a close battle we have here. 8-10, shall we? Yes, we do. So battle going on over here between 19th and 18th overall. You see once again that pink Orca, pesky pink Orca, staying ahead. Pit stop being made there for the ACRT team. We're going to be looking live here. We've just got some more documents, of course, and we're checking out and making sure everything is safe between all these drivers. Of course, the stewarding room is going to be pretty busy watching through closely on all the replays that go on in this one. But once again, though, still is going to be a close race. Also, I believe the Toyota is making a long stop, so it's going to be very helpful there. Mammy, of course, in the Mercedes, chasing down the Lamborghini for P24 overall. And, oh, drive-through from the Team MRE from race direction. So that was the contact between himself and the move there, the interesting move on the Toyota. Justice has been served, ladies and gentlemen. A drive-through penalty for Team MRE, and that is going to... They're going to take it right away, though. Now, the thing with a drive-through penalty, it's probably one of the better penalties to get as opposed to maybe a stop and go. So I will say very lenient from the steward room to let that one go as a penalty like that, a drive-through. He's going to be losing a lot of time, however, but you look at it there. He may only lose one spot. Here comes P3 and maybe not. Drive-through taken, and that is a stroke of luck. Also saw a bit of yellow flags. Yes, and once again, Peugeot getting it wrong through the second set of chicanes. Off the hook for Team MRE. Wow. Now that's... Luckily, they're going to be happy for that one. But drive-through taken, and you know what? You just got to shake it off and continue going racing. Interesting decision from the stewarding room, but I'm not going to question their decisions because they have a lot more camera angles than we do. Unfortunately, we cannot see replays on us, and of course, we do have a lot of issues that go down. But with that drive-through penalty going down, it has now released another battle for second place. This time around, however, it's going to be the Van Wall against the caddy just ahead. So this one's going to be a pretty intense one. Now, of course, these drivers are going to be knowing what had happened up the road, and they're going to be wondering why MRE did fall behind momentarily. So they're going to know that that caddy, it's a little bit of fire under it. But one thing's for sure, still going to be a hard one to fight back. Now, who else do we have on track here? 7/10 the difference between one battle here. Team Watts under pressure by the 666. And that Porsche against the Audi. Once again, a lot of Audis on the field. Actually, I say a lot. There's only 2 Audis on the field. Followed also 2 BMWs, 2 Mercedes. Only lone manufacturers include the Aston Martin and the Lamborghini. So close battle here. Slipstream's going to do its work, of course. And do we have any more words on the stewarding room? I do not think so. No, we don't. Just making sure I have all my notes up here, and we're gonna get all those notes as soon as possible. And we're gonna let you guys know in chat. Hopefully you're enjoying the stream. Thank you so much. 56 concurrent viewers here on AC Friends. If you're just tuning in for the first time, welcome to the 24 Hours of Le Mans presented by AC Friends. I'm your commentator, Rahul Nasir. If you love my voice, you love my commentator, you can check out Caribbean Motor Racing Sim Club, CMRSC. You can search it up on YouTube and check out what we do. We have a race going on later today in a couple hours time. In about a couple hours time. So if you do love my voice, you can open a tab on the side and check out both bits of action. But this is still an incredible race to watch. You want to keep all eyes on this one. It's a very entertaining one. Le Mans is always one of those races that generates numbers over the TV world, and rightfully so, because it's one of those races that it's so legendary in the winners and legacies. Hell, there's so many movies, famous one, of course, being Ford versus Ferrari. Of course, in the world of AC Friends, no Ford versus Ferrari is going on here. It is just Ferraris out there. But right now, it's actually Alpine dominance from the team Apex number 007. They are still running pretty hot out there. And we continue to watch this battle here now under a second. Any chance of an overtake? I am not too sure. But heading into the Porsche curves now, pretty consistent between both of them through sectors. So nothing, no chance of an overtake just as much. Chat saying, love the commentator voice. Thank you so much there, Ruz. Really appreciate that. And yes, once again, if you do love my voice and you want to hear more of me, check out CMRSC later today. That's going to go down in just a couple hours time. In about 5 hours. 5-6 hours time, you'll hear my voice commentate a different league here. But look how close the Audi is getting. My stint on the commentary booth will be done in about 3 hours time, so you only have me for about 3 hours longer. Still lots of time here to stick with us together. And if you have a conversation you want to talk about, throw it in the chat. Anything you want to talk about here. Ooh, bit of lockup there behind for the Sputnik Racing driver. Anybody you want to look, we can take a look. Any cars, eventually we'll look through the entire field in a couple minutes time. But still, we want to keep close eye on this battle here, as we're gonna see. Actually, let's swap over to the Porsche now, as we're gonna see a flying LMP2 car gonna go down the inside. And ooh, sticking onto the inside there. It's slowed a little bit down, that Mercedes up driver, and now Team Vig, the 666, also going to go through on the inside, side by side, as they head up into the first chicane. Is there going to be a move that's going to be successfully done on the 666 and the Porsche side by side into the first chicane? Be really, but the number 24 is going to back out of that move, and the Audi is going to go through, and also another LMP2 going through, trying to chase down a little bit of a GT3 sandwich. And trauma with penalties at Le Mans, maybe, but you know, 22 hours, 45 minutes left to go. Oh, it's a long ways away before this race comes to a conclusion. 10th the difference between this battle here, BMW against Peugeot, battle for 7th. Behind them, I believe it's a lap car, so no got to worry about that. And look there to the outside. Gets the move done there. Pretty easy enough. Now, what place is this in? Oh, that's actually our leader there. Catching up to this battle here, and of course, now blue flags. He'll be screaming in the cockpit, as they all have to respect here. For our race leader goes through. Good exit there, and he continues this race. 55 seconds, the difference between himself and P2. Right now, we continue to watch this battle for P6. Chat saying go 666. Yes, interesting choice of numbers. I don't know the history or the reasoning behind those specific numbers. You may think, why would you pick numbers like that in racing like this? But they want to be the feared drivers. They want to be the drivers that when you see them, get out of their way and let them have the position as soon as possible. So you know what, maybe as I'm talking about it, maybe the 666 does sound like a very good number to have, maybe, who knows. This battle continues on here. Let's swap down and shift gears here to the Porsche as once again it's get back here on the Audi for Team Watts. Looking for a potential chance. Is there any chance of something being made here at all? Well, as it stands, it's still a dead heat. 1.1 seconds. Gap is about 9/10. However, as we swap back to this Peugeot, as oh, he's gonna have the worst sight in the world, a GT3 car. But well, what's good is that Team Abby gets out the way and the nick of time, so the Apex can go to the Peugeot. Of course, they don't need to do that. They're all in their own bits of racing. In the real world of motorsport, the free practice of Sao Paulo is going on right now. So if you want your dose of real world prototype racing, you can check that out. And Chad is saying ABD Racing. I'll be driving the 007 with picture-in-picture video in a few minutes. Well, good luck. Do not get too drowned into the stream, even if you hear some contact go down. But best of luck to you. Yes, a lot of members in chat are drivers, and they're watching the stream. They're watching the broadcast go down. Currently, it is the only way to watch the stream. I still am still waiting for a official word if we're gonna get a German broadcast. Still waiting on that one. Fastest lap, however, 3:21.390, and that's coming from your 007 driver, who's now completing the 23rd lap of many. Just to give you some context, the final finishing amount of laps for the 2025 24 Hours of Le Mans was 387. Of course, won by the number 83 Ferrari AC Corsa, and of course, you gotta love it, Robert Kubica. But in this world of AC friends, Ferrari is not the drivers to beat here today. Of course, your top contender in that Ferrari category is P5. However, a little far away from that P1 spot. But let's go through the order, shall we, of all these drivers. Let's start off with the very bottom of the board. Now, once again, no hate to any of these drivers here. It's a long race to go, so even if you're last, it's still a long ways to go, and I will say equally to the drivers in first. It's a long race to go. It's all about survival around here, but ooh, is did we just see something go down there? I'm not too sure. But anyways, let's start off through the field. P30 overall. We're just going to go with the overall number here today. 18 seconds behind the next driver in line, Sputnik, in the GT3 Sputnik class. Still hunting down and looking for some sort of life in this race, trying to catch up through. Behind him, looks like that is is that the race leader? I believe it is not. It's not. I think that's the BMW. Okay, so the blue BMW there, just getting past trouble. Oh no, what is happening? Oh, that is not good for him, and he's lost a position because of a mistake. Was there anybody ahead of him? Was there anybody behind him that caused it? It didn't look like it for the moment. But the Valkyrie screams down the Mulsanne. Damn, listen to that sound go. That is not good at all for that Ferrari. Now sits P6. Little mistakes like that could cost you the most. But let's continue the order down here. Up next, the Porsche, the AFS number 991, fitting number for a Porsche. And currently, now this one is a little ways behind his pack, but still long ways to go. At this point, if you're one of the drivers called out at the rear of the field, that is where, you know, long races will come hand in hand with you, and it's going to help you out because there's still long ways to go and still chance to catch back up. We'll continue with P27 in a moment. Ooh, trouble here. I did see some local yellows. Was there local yellows? I cannot tell. Lap traffic is starting to go here, and we also have this battle going on here as, ooh, it's getting very close. That's your race. Trying to desperately get through on the Lamborghini. And very soon, we're going to have picture-in-picture trouble. Oh, no! Trouble for two different categories here. That's one of the Peugeots gotten it wrong, as well as just almost into the Tetra Rouge. That's a Team Watts car for LMP2. Wow, trouble here once again. High drama. Switching back over to the Peugeot. More mistakes from him. Trying to get through. Gets through. Oh, man. That is huge. We've just heard from our directors here that we're going to get picture-in-picture very soon. So stay tuned for that. That is not going to be helpful at all. The Ferrari, however, has really picked it up from where he left off, and he has now cut that gap down to about 7/10, just behind that Aston Martin just up the road. Let's go on board with him, though, and let's chase him down as we head into the Ford chicane. As I take a little swig of water here to continue this stint here today. This battle still continuing to close up. Early on, one lap ago, this Ferrari is going to be getting a bit of flashbacks here from what happened one lap ago, and that was, of course, oh, lifting. You just heard, yeah, a lot of short shifting. Very aggressive short shifting. You listen to the engine there, and I'm not too sure why that went down. Not too sure. Either way, yes, chat is saying blue flag's not letting him through. Yes. It's gonna be lap traffic galore, that's for sure. Blue flags are almost never gonna work in favor of any of these drivers here, and there's always going to be one loser at the end of the day because, well, in this prototype class racing, between different classes, you don't necessarily need to get off the line. Traditionally, the prototypes are just faster and they can get out the way right through pretty easy. So nobody's really has to worry there. But of course, the GT3 cars can make it a lot of an easier job for these guys to go through. Listen to that lift. Take a look at the telemetry on the bottom right. As that continues, we're getting race direction that we're going to get a live driver cam, 2 live driver cams from Team Watts hypercar class of P4, of course, and we're also going to have the 007 hypercar class of Adrian. And so Killian is going to be riding out the number 23 Watts hypercar. So they're currently sitting 4th. We're going to get an onboard look at that shortly. That's going to be pretty exciting, as well as our race leader. So lots of things to look forward to. So one thing's for sure, stay tuned to the stream. It's still a hot one out here as trouble is made. And that is the Toyota, who not too long ago had to make a pit stop for emergency repairs after being taken out. And this time around, he's in the wall. It's the exit, the entry of the Ford chicanes, cuts one of it. Trying to safely rejoin back on, and hopefully that is He's okay in the car. Now looking at the front cam, doesn't look like there is some sort of scratches there on the surface. So maybe could be a little spin, a little silly spin from these from the cars here. I mean, at the end of the day, these guys have been racing pretty long so far. Not as long as probably when their stints are going to be ending soon. But yeah, they've been at it for quite a while here. We started racing an hour and a half ago, so still a long ways away before this one comes to an end, especially when we're going to get those driver swaps. But yes, if you didn't hear it earlier, we're going to get some live driver swaps, and we're going to get some onboard from the number 23 Watts hypercar, and that's going to be piloted by Killian Sattler. And then we're going to get P1 from Adrian Bernard in the 007 hypercar in the Alpine. So lots of fun stuff to look forward to. You do not want to miss it. Don't see any drivers close on board here, so let's continue going down the order with P27. This is, of course, your HGE. Lots of drama in the early stages of this race. And, well, he's still got some work to do to catch up to the order as one of the Ferraris just goes through. I think that was the hypercar of the cargo team. So, yeah, so after the driver swaps, we will get that new camera there. Once again, in chat, thank you so much. Nice stream. Good commentator. Thank you, thank you. I'm Rahul Nasir. If you're just tuning in, if you love my voice and you love my commentating, you can check out my league, Caribbean Motor Racing Sim Club. That is where you're going to hear my voice later on today. And time we go green light at Road America for our third round of our endurance championship. Lots of endurance racing going on. If you want to look for endurance in the real world, WEC is hosting their live FP3 practice session on YouTube, so it's free. So fun stuff here. As we continue on here, chat is saying, well, we have Christian in the chat. It's time for me to drive. See you later. Best of luck to you and all our drivers who will be entering into the driver swaps. And it's about time we get that one underway. We're gonna hear. There's a little bit of feedback. Who on the stream side? Apologies for the bit of feedback there. That's just coming from our streaming PC. That's located in a different country. So we're gonna get a live look there from Adrian Bernard very soon. Anybody who was asking about the name, still gonna try our best to work on it to get a live look on the stream here. More driver swaps going through, so we'll keep you updated on that one. But yes, the HGE car sitting P27, 26 seconds away from the Mercedes of Team Abbey. And remember, we saw a great battle between this Merc and the HGE car. Still great work there. And we're going to take a quick little break here. So just give us one moment. We're going to swap over cameras. You see the Mercedes slides there. Take a look at the top of your screens. That DNF, don't let that bother you, because we're going to have some driver swaps going through, and we're going to have some new drivers on the cockpit. An hour and a half complete for these guys here. We're just going to take one little quick break here. So give us a couple minutes, as we're now going to get this picture-in-picture live on board with the one and only Adrian Bernard. And there you see him. He currently sits in the pit lane. A lot of drivers in chat. I know I see our viewer start getting in the cockpit and getting off track. So should be very interesting here as we continue this one out. 26 laps complete, and that is where we get our first driver, our major driver swaps, I will say, from a majority of the pack. And commentator-wise, I will take one quick couple-second break. We'll be back with you. We're working on right now having a picture-in-picture to let you guys see what it looks like on board. Apologies once again for the audio you hear in the background, but we're going to get picture-picture up very shortly.
Da kan du få livestreamen, Digga.
All right, so apologies for that. We are back on live here, and I think you just saw it for the moment there. I think we have a live look now here with our man here in the Apex car, the Alpine, and your race leader, well, it was race leader at the moment. So apologies for the little shifts there, but yes, we do have a lovely little look on stream here from one of our drivers in this one, and of course your race leader. Oh, trouble there. I'm not too sure who that was. Oh wow, that was one of the Toyota.
Hey, schau mal live.
Once again, making a mistake. Hopefully I didn't miss too much here. It's just rejoining back here onto the stream side. And so, yes, so looking on board here, this is, of course, one of our drivers here in AC Friends. This is, you are looking live at Adrian Bernard. And let's get a live look here on board. And you know, one thing I want to allow you guys to do is pay attention to the eyes, the little head movements, the little communications he's doing is actually with his team right now, going on at home base, overtaking one of the HGE Audis there, taking a lot more curve than he would have wanted to. But that's the confidence, that's the cojones you need around this kind of track, and especially in multi-class racing. Through the chicanes he goes into the final bits of the forward chicane and back onto the front straight. Why don't we take a little lap here through? We're not going to hear from him. He's going to be focused. But we're going to talk you through a lap here around Circuit de la Sarthe, heading into turn one. Flat out here. Into the rights and lefts. Hard on the brakes. Back out under the Dunlop Bridge. Into Chapel, third gear, accelerating right out. And then on to the Mulsanne Straight, just having a little word with race direction. Making sure everything's good to go. So through Tetra Rouge, now on to the Mulsanne Straight. And then we're going to get hard onto braking zone now into the first set of chicanes. But still, once again, nothing really to talk about here as we continue on the long straight here, the Mulsanne into the lefts and rights. Looks like he may be losing the car, but that's just the connection here on the stream. That's just doing a little bit of lag, but AC and AC things. So we're gonna see this screen here. This side-by-side picture-in-picture here for a couple of minutes. So apologies for that. We're back on here live once again. Reading the chat there from you guys. Bro has G-forces in his cockpit. Oh, that's jokes. Yeah, I mean, well, come on. Everybody does it when you're sim racing. You're twisting your head. You don't notice it, but you record yourself. You'll see it for yourself here. A couple of moves being made down the order here between P4 and P5, and actually a pretty close battle here. So yes, a move there that just went down to the ACRT team just going through and getting the position there. So yes, as I was saying, everybody's got the G-forces in your cockpit. So I don't want to hear none of that. Everybody twists and turns when you're so laser focused there. But if you're just tuning in, this is the man we're looking at on board here. The Team Apex, driven by Adrian Bernard. That is your face cam you're seeing on screen there, who's really focusing hard here. We go on board with him through the second set of chicanes, the Michelin chicane to be exact, and accelerating out. However, we're just going to swap here momentarily as we continue to watch the face cam here. So you know it's in an accident if you just see the shock on his face. I hope that doesn't happen. Best of luck to Adrian. But if anything goes down, especially a unlucky catch of a lapped car, you are going to see a fun reaction, as every driver does, honestly. Let's go back to the nose cam here and let's follow this battle here momentarily. Slipstream, and look how strong it is against the MRE team. Looking for a move, but unfortunately does not get it done this time around through the Forza chicane. Accelerating out now. The team Watts, remember they were on an alternate strategy. They pitted 8 laps earlier than the rest of the field. He now comes in for his driver swap, and we are potentially going to get we're going to see him after. We're going to see where he blends up. As you see, side by side, great move. Just getting out the way as they head into the Michelin chicane, and well, easy as you like it, gets it done, but maybe a little too much because hard on the brakes, gets it wrong on corner exit, and now slipstreaming out, gets the move done. Also, something had gone wrong here. I think that is one of the Peugeots that is retired from the Michelin chicane there. Also trouble as well on the same. Oh wow, the Michelin chicane is getting a lot of. Swapping back through. Let's go back up to this battle here. As the Cadillac gets the move back on. And it is true war between these two here. Both of them in identical, almost identical machinery. The van wall here, as we look to the outside, looking for a move. Is there a potential chance to go for this one against MRE? Is there a chance? It's going to be very tight as they head into Indianapolis. Who's going to be the first of the late breakers around the outside a little too much? Able to stay within track limits. Get on the brakes as much as you can. Runs off, not completely off the circuit. And the Cadillac of MRE gets right back through. Meanwhile, this poor LMP2 is like, can you guys just go away, please? I want to run my own race. You guys are not part of my race. Please and thank you, go away. And luckily for him, his wish is going to be their command, and they're going to be swiftly getting right out of there. So 7/10ths the difference between him there, but that is going to be it for picture-in-picture at the moment from your race leader. We're gonna go find him back. But as of now, that is of course your race leader. So we're just going to take that down in just a couple of moments. But that is, of course, your race leader, MRE, as chat is loving there. Sits P3 with Watts coming and still in the pits. So just exited out that picture-in-picture there for you guys. Oh, trouble for the BMW. Ah, he spun it. Looks like that is the exit of the pit lane. Yes, it is, but I don't think he made a pit stop. Now, one thing's for sure, I think we may have found our first official retirement. That's, of course, from the, that's at the Michelin Curves. That's where the Peugeot retired out, and I think he may be done. And I think we're also going to get another picture-in-picture from a different driver here. But this is a close battle we have here. P7 battling for 6th. That's Toyota against BMW. Any chance of a move there? Flashing the headlights, playing the mind games, and then swinging to the inside. And gets it done very aggressively, closes the door. That felt a little too personal, and that BMW said, no, I'm not going to let you off that easily. Gets right back through, back to 6th. That same Beamer GT3 car ahead, looking for a move there to get out the way. Now, heading to the Michelin Curves now. Gets the move done this time around. And now the BMW, does he get back? Yes, he does! It may be a little bit closer this time by. But still, regardless of the slipstream, stays on top. This one's hard racing, that's for sure. Loving this bit of action here. If you are, like the stream, if you haven't already, subscribe if you want to see more of this action. If you love my voice, you can check out Caribbean Motor Racing Sim Club, where you're going to get some of the best drivers around the world take on Road America for an endurance race of 90 minutes. Remember, these guys, AC Friends, well, they're in it for the long run. 24 hours of racing. But as it stands right now, this battle is not quite over yet. You may look at the timing screen. As somebody who's not into racing, 0.4 of a second. That sounds really close. Well, in racing, that could be nothing further from the truth. That could be just miles away from your fastest of lap times as they head into the braking zone here of Indianapolis, accelerating out. They have a lot of lap traffic to go through now. Let's look on board with the BMW, and let's see now, is there any chance that, well, through the Porsche curves, this BMW can get through scot-free. Swap it to the Toyota. Any chance for potentially can get through now. Oh, a little wide. That's the dirty air that could be playing an effect from the LMP2. Through the Porsche curves, very safe at the moment. Gap, though, has closed down just a little bit more. Better exit from the Toyota, but if I were him, I would just sit back and just let this LMP2 go through. But once that BMW goes through, I need to make my move. That's exactly what he does. Going past them through the final chicane. Oh, little slide there, not going to help, but the traction controller is going to make sure that car does not go for a full 360, and he's lost that bit of time. Now, good for the BMW. He's going to be able to get another car just up the road there. I think that was, yes, the number 026, just in between this battle here, trying its best to stay out the way, yet keep that gap, because right behind that Team Watt LMP2 car is still coming in closely. So overtaking now, the Toyota finally gets a break, gets through, but unfortunately, the gap has now extended to another 4/10. No, it hasn't. Actually extended to a couple of seconds, 1.8 to be exact. This battle is actually under some tense. MRE under some pressure. Here, see one of the Audis just getting out of the way for this fight here. And sun is starting to clip through the trees, I will say. Looking on board here once again, and traffic galore is getting pretty intense up here, as you see the MRE car trying desperately to get through all this traffic in the Cadillac. Able to get through the two LMP2s ahead. Now it's time for the other and you see we look on with the Van Walls. Now this time he needs to get past that red and blue LMP2 car. Oh boy, a little bit of lots of traffic there. It's rush hour as they head into the Ford chicane. Luckily enough, gets through and can now return to his battle. However, once again, another battle has been opened up to about 1.8 seconds due to traffic. It may be extended a bit more because that Team Abbey car just ahead of the Van Wall. Move side by side into turn one and keeps it going. Now let's continue this one off here, and let's continue through our field, as we're not quite done. From HGE, we swap over to P26 overall, Team Abbey, the 133 car. Now this one is a driver and a team to watch for in this event. They've had some, honestly, their luck has been all over the board, really, in this race. Oh, trouble, what has happened? That is the P4 driver we were just watching, who was battling MRE. Gonna get overtaken by an LMP2, maybe? Probably not. It's gonna be a drag race between both of them, but a spin at the Tetra Rouge. Could be that they're taking a little too much grass. Maybe the grass was kicked up onto the circuit. One thing's for sure, it's a mistake you just gotta shake off. There's almost gonna be 22 hours left to go in this one. And yeah, gap is opened up to 15 seconds. That is very unfortunate for the Vanual team there. But continuing on there from Team Abby, we head on over to Mami Course, the other Mercedes in this one here. Also, no, hold on. Before we get up there, was there a position being swapped? Yes, there was. Oh, no. Yellow flags. What has happened? Oh, no, that was your race leader. Has he lost the race lead because of that? No. But making a mistake like that after leading this one for the majority part of it, and after pit stops have blended through, not going to help your case. And that is, wow. Luckily, though, doesn't look like there's visual damage. Doesn't take it to the pits. That's also good news from him. So hopefully he's good there. But let's switch back over to Mami Course. The other Mercedes in this one, still looking very fantastic out there. You're sitting in the mid-pack now. You're probably in the second best spot to be. Probably the best spot, of course, P1 and the podium. But sitting just right outside that one, sitting P4 overall. Or should I say P5 overall? My apologies. Yes, he is, again, you may call it no man's land, but when you're in the mid-pack there, it's probably your best spot. And all of this right now is, don't make mistakes. Keep pushing on and focus on hard. Let's look at our next Team Vig. The 666. Now, where do I start with the 666 team? Lots of action, lots of drama for this team here, but one thing's for sure, you gotta give credit to them. Throughout the thick and thin, they are still fighting for the podium. Now they're 12 seconds behind the next car in line of Team Watts. As the car ahead, that's P30, lap traffic, and needs to get through. Take a look at the multi-class aspect once again, as one of the hypercars just going through on this battle, as the ACRT car comes in for his pit stop. But yes, that 666 has done some great work, I will say. Now, despite all the drama early on in this race with the bit of argy-bargy early on, still keeping their head down. Very happy about them. They're going to be a driver to watch towards this end of this race, but we still have a long way to go before we even can talk about that aspect. So let's move on to the first of the three Team Watts cars, starting off with their GT3 entry in the Porsche. Great livery there, Iron Man on the front. And right now they're currently sitting in third position. Once again, a car, probably the car out of all the three Watts teams to have had the best luck out here. And I will say, they're going to be a car to watch for this race win. They have been so far very good. And as we are exiting the stage, the first 2 hours of this 24 hours of Le Mans, I gotta give it to them. They are doing some fantastic works. I will say them and Team Vig, two consistent cars out there. Great drivers so far. We've only seen one, possibly one of the drivers out there on track so far. So hopefully we're going to be seeing more of them soon, and they can continue this great pace up as they, look at that, overtaking one of the Aston Martins who came in, I believe. Actually, no, that is a battle for second position. So that was, that was probably from the mistake that Aston Martin did spinning out on the exit of the Porsche curves early on. Drive-through penalty for car number 176 coming from race direction. That's AC, is that ACRT? No, that's not ACRT. That is the Toyota. So apologies there if I gave any of the AC fans a attack. But drive-through penalty for the Toyota. Their day has gone from bad to worse after their, an incident that was no fault of their own. But justice was served. And they continue on racing. But this battle here, pretty swiftly done there. And we'll talk about the driver behind of Team Phoenix in the Aston Martin. They were leading this one. Pit stop strategies, of course, so they are going to be slightly shuffled up between them. But one thing's for sure. They're keeping this one good. And honestly, once again, one of those drivers to look out for the top spots. And your race leader right now on the offset pit stop strategy, the Lamborghini of Minnesota. And yeah, they're looking pretty good out there. 917. Mimosa, my apologies. So, looking pretty good out there. Race leading, but of course on the alternate strategy, that Aston Martin, at the moment, I would have called him the race leader, but after that mistake, potentially we could be seeing Team Watt after a pit stop from the Lamborghini. I'm also just getting word from chat. I think it's one of the race directors. That's the automatic drive-through penalty for exceeding track limit. Yes, I know that detail there. But coming from race direction at the top of your screen there, you're going to see a lot of those purple messages for drive-through penalties, or rather for incidents or whatnot. However, still long ways to go. So even if you do get a drive-through penalty, we're only 33 laps in, and if in the real world they were already finishing over 200 laps, well, these guys have lots of work to go. And we're going to get word that picture-in-picture for a different driver here today. We're going to get a sign on him now, so give us one moment, and we're going to swap to it now. Oh, there's trouble there, actually. Hold on, just before we get to it. Oh, it's the Aston Martin. Runs off the circuit, and he's good to go. A little bit of drama there. But we're going to get picture-in-picture in just a moment here, so just stick with us. We'll be right with it now. So the next driver we're going to be looking at is right here, as the drive-through was taken for the 176 car of the Toyota. This is the Team Watts for the hypercar class, and it's going to be piloted by Killian Sattler. And there you see it on cam there, a little side cam, side profile view as he's trying to look for lap traffic. You see the head movements, very important to watch there. But looking on board here, trying to get onto the driver's eye here. So, face cam you're looking at, Killian. Currently sitting P4, so different kind of action we have here. But still, he is locked in, and you see the eyes there, you see the head movement. The head, as the camera actually shaking a lot. That's the rig he's moving with. But hey, nothing you see in real life. As look who he's chasing down here on the LP2 cars. Trying to get through, I think that's the HGT. Is it? No, it might be the Phoenix team. Just overtaking there. HG. Oh my god, look at the traffic that he's going through here. And actually, that one of those cars were for position there. It's the Vanwall, and there's, oh, it's side by side, but action on the front straight. Keep an eye on that face cam there. You're gonna be, he's lost the position there for the moment. But it's the battle for third position, and it's gonna be very exciting. We get a rare chance to watch this one. 2 hours complete in this 24 hours. So 22 hours left to go, and a great run as they head into Tetra Rouge. Little bit of lift, exiting out. The 666 is going to be in the way. Oh, darts to the inside. Slipstreaming there. Audi wants to stay to one side of the track. He does so. And now onto the back straight. Looking for a move now on the slipstream. Is there going to be a bit of lift, or is there going to be a move that's going to be done? Here we go. Is there a chance? No, he lifts it. You see, Sticky in 7th gear. Now that is what you have, a smart driver there. Watching very close. There's also another lapped car, GT3 car ahead. Look at how much that run is. There's only even a little bit of updraft at play. That's the Aston Martin just going past your screens there. He's in 3rd. Now, once again, the Michelin chicane to go through. And still staying behind. Or is there a surprise move? No, but reminds the Vanwall that he's still there. To the left, into the right, the Michelin chicane, exiting out. Now, this is the chance where you can make a good choice on your hands here. Do you want to make the move now going into the Mulsanne, or do you want to make it going to Indianapolis? Heading it into Indianapolis, it's a lot more safer in terms of defending. However, you can get a sneaky dive bomb here, and I think that's especially what's about to go down here. Side by side, little contact is made. What beautifully done there from the Team Watts driver. Killian gets the move done. Incredible effort there. And he goes up to 3rd position. High fives around the board. Smiles across the face. Communication very important. And he's now catching up to his sister team in the GT3 class. A lovely way to give a little wave. And I know that car is going to get right out the way and maybe even playing a little cheeky. Potentially. Oh, wow. Maybe not. Maybe not. Almost a lack of communication there from the two, and just gets out the way. Also behind him, you see the BMW also chasing down the Vanwall. Jets behind them. You look at the background. And this could be a 3-car battle for 3rd. That Beamer getting really close. Sticking with him. Through the Porsche curves, exiting out. Oh, wow, look how close this battle is actually getting between these two there. We're going to keep the picture there of Killian sliding. The rear end is that BMW of European. Oh, wow, it's getting very close here. 9/10 the difference. Up to the 4th chicane. Flick to the left, flick to the right, onto the front straight. Want to nail every entry and exit out as soon as possible, as best as you can to nail it down properly. Chad is saying very nice with all the cams and commentary. Thank you so much. Make sure if you're loving the stream, hit that subscribe button. If you want to get in on the action here, join, see friends, get through the process of qualifying and get in on this action like this. Get a group of friends as well. If you love my voice and you want to hear it a little bit more later, or maybe get in on the action a little bit later on, we're going to be racing Road America in a couple hours time for an endurance race for only 90 minutes long, so a lot more shorter than these guys are going to be doing. But these guys are honestly really crazy out there, having some fun racing for 24 hours. I could never see myself ever doing something like this. Most I've ever done iRacing Petite Le Mans, that was only 10 hours, however, as the BMW makes the move there on the inside of the Vanwall, gets it done. Sweet as you like it, too. Little lock up from both of them, exiting out. Let's see if we can swap to that rear cam. There you go. Actually, before we do so, the 666 has caught up to the Aston Martin, who may be on a fuel strat because he's now falling down the order quite a bit. Here comes that 666. Are they going to be heading into the Forza chicane? Should be. Yes, they are. Let's swap this back to the nose cam for now to get a little closer look at the action. But as it stands between this battle here, done and dusted, I will say. So let's swap up to this fight here. The Vanwall trying to chase down that BMW. Calling 90 minutes sounds like an insult to us. Yeah, for sure. I get it. You guys and AC Fred, absolutely insane. Calling 90 minutes and endurance compared to 24 hours. Yeah, the environment that the league I commentate, vastly different. There's like, probably can name maybe 3 or 4 guys who are probably down for a race like this. But that's what's so unique about leagues like this. You can only find this kind of racing here at Ace. The best of the best. Proper, full-length endurance racing, multi-class, driver swaps. This is exactly where you're going to get it. As we swap off the cam here, we now look back at the action here, and we look at this battle continuing to go down. 1.9 the difference. Still a long ways to go here in this one. 21 hours, 53 minutes left to go in this one. If you're just tuning into the stream, I'm your host, Rahul Nasir, in the commentary booth, here for this AC Friends 24 hours of Le Mans. You see different multi-class racing going down the board. Hypercars, GT3s, LMP2s. If you love the action, hit that subscribe button, turn post notifications on. And, oh, we're getting some word in the chat there. Phoenix, unfortunately, has aero damage. So, that is, of course, let's find their team. That's P23 overall. That is why the Aston Martin has been going down the order. Is there any steering damage at all? Maybe not. Look at the rear view mirror there. That was a... As you saw, a little small-looking Ferrari just into his way, just past. Luckily, no suspension damage, so that's good for him. But one thing's for sure, it's still a long race, and hopefully, Team Phoenix can get right back through. Phoenix Motorsport in the Aston Martin, leading early on in this race. They know all too well about leading these kind of races, so expect them very soon, honestly. They're going to be back. As soon as they get that damage repaired, and they just shake off what's going on right now, they're going to be right back on it. And I'll let you know about it. I'll talk to some of the main guys on top if I'm down for the Nordschleife endurance and all. This is, of course, first time commentating here on AC Friends. I don't want to make this too much about myself, so I'll make it quick. As for myself, I've only commentated some leagues outside. Notably, I'll give a shout out to JSRA. Those guys are pretty awesome. I want to give a shout out, though, to Jaden Harrison. I think some of the AC Friends drivers and community will know him. The Jamaican, who also races with us in Caribbean Motor Racing from time to time, helped me out on allowing to commentate for this fantastic Le Mans event, and I would say I was totally down for it. And yeah, to get the opportunity for potentially other events, honestly, we'll see down the order, because, well, hell, I took a whole program in college to learn how to commentate and announce, so put it to good use. At least that's good for you finally get a full-time job here, so struggling out here this summer. Anyways, I'm done talking about me. Let's talk about the drivers, and let's continue this order here. We have completed the GT3 category. Let's head up to the LMP2, shall we? Starting off with P19, the Sputnik Racing team. These guys, once again, they have been through hell and back, truly. They've been battling pretty hard throughout this one. Lots of drama as well throughout the early stages, but no matter, they have still kept this one alive and going. And once again, despite I call them last in their class, they are still in the running, and that's the most important part. They have, what, 21 hours, over 21 hours to get it right. Come on. You can, there's so much time to get this one going once again. Let's throw it over. Next up, P18 overall, the pink and white Orica LMP2 car. They have been doing very good so far in this one. Very consistent, however, running down the order. That could be for pit stop strategies. And yeah, so once again, not too much to talk about with them. However, they still have good ways to go as they go through the Forza chicane. Next up, P17. It's the LMP2 team. We just saw Killian on the live cam. We saw their GT3 class doing very well, sitting P2. This is their prototype class, currently sitting at the tail end of the mid pack. Looking pretty good out there, and Killian is going to want to keep this. Should I say no? Killian is in the hypercar class. I'm not too sure who's driving right now in the LMP2s, but the Team Watts LMP2 team, once again, pretty consistent. They're actually 5 seconds behind the next car ahead. That car, of course, is the number 26. Looking on there. And once again, another team that we have seen lots of close racing with early on. Bits of drama as well, as he was overtaken just now by the race leader overall. Yeah, he is currently 29 seconds away from the next car in line, and that is, of course, the 003. Just up the road, 2 black LMP2 cars. But these guys, however, they have been in a little bit of a league of their own here, 10 seconds behind the next car in line. However, they have been a bit more on the consistent side of things. Not many mistakes, if not any. I don't think I even caught any from them. But we swap over to the Team Valkyrie. But of course, it's not the actual Aston Martin Valkyrie. And they're riding LMP2 as they're overtaking GT3 car, who is I think that's the number 29, I believe. However, there you just see, he's just been overtaken by a Ferrari, and he is chasing down 19 seconds ahead. Not that blue LMP2, that Orca just up the road. But the Team Valkyrie car has done a very good job as well, keeping it consistent. But now, as we start to enter the top 3, it actually paints a different picture. We start off with HGE. These guys have been honestly all over the place, but truly they've just been in a race where it's just been by themselves, pretty quiet for the most part. Can't forget about early on and what went down. However, at this point, like with majority of these drivers, as P2 comes in for their pit stop, it's all about nailing your marks, keeping it consistent, and making sure pit stop strategies are at the top of things on the list to do. And one of those things that you'll see right there on your screen is a driver swap for P12 overall. So the number 035 AMA, we have not seen him, their team, that much during this broadcast. However, they're still doing a fantastic job of keeping this one alive and well. So not too much to talk about, but sometimes that's a good thing. And that also goes for the race leader. The Orca leads us here. Or should I say the Rebellion? That's the copyrighted name, the non-copyrighted name, I will say, for these for some of these mods here. Ooh, a little bit of contact there from the BMW. Just the turn in a little too early there from your race leader now, officially. So, yes, those guys have been doing pretty swell out here. And nothing could be said about them, but again, like I said, not a bad thing. They've done a very good job of keeping this one on a roll. And, yeah. Let's swap over now to the hypercar category, shall we? And now it's the big leagues here. That, of course, you are watching the Ferrari of AFS as heading into the Michelin chicane. A lot of these drivers don't really have too many notes on, simply because a lot of them are just really in a quiet race. There's nothing that can be said about them. So while we leave the number 27 alone, well, a different story can be said about this Toyota team that's on the back foot early on of this race. With all the incidents that have gone down from a driver and a team, I'm not too sure if it's the same driver and car or sitting out right now trying to collect his emotions from it, but a team that was sitting on the podium, now not even in the top 5. It's really gone from hero to zero. But, you know, once again, what's lucky about endurance racing, well, it's an endurance, not a sprint. These guys have a long ways to go. And as for this Toyota number 176, especially with the incidents at hand being taken out at the exit of the Forza chicane, well, it's now going to be about damage limitation. They have to start to find a way to collect themselves to get right back in this, because right now, with no safety cars at hand, I believe that's what we heard over the broadcast earlier on in practice, that we're not going to get any safety cars, as he flashes his headlights there to the BMW, who sticks on his line respectively. Long pit stop is made for Team AMA, who was leading this one momentarily before. They have now made their long pit stop, shuffled down back to the rear of the field. Up next, Team Cargo. Now, this Ferrari, however, I will say is a lot more of the entertaining Ferraris to watch in this one. Very close battles between them. However, did see some bits of mistakes here and there, but nothing too race-ending. Of course, the only retirement we have is the Peugeot of FTF. And it's a shame that we did see a retirement out here. But honestly, when you're a team and you see nothing's just going right, it's very hard to keep that confidence, and that's one thing you have to overcome as a team in sim racing, especially in endurance racing, because, well, if one incident goes down, well, maybe you might blame the driver. There could be chances where you're blaming your fellow competitors on track. Blue flag's not working in your favor. Whatever the case may be, it's going to pull down your spirits the more of those kind of things happen. But one thing's for sure, you just got to stay in it. But sometimes it does get to you, and, it is what it is. You don't win them all. But in order to finish first you must finish, and unless you have the heaviest amount of damage, I don't believe in retirements, despite where you are on track. It's all about staying in it to the very end. We've seen it countless times in the real world, where a team that sits in the mid-pack for about 90% of the race has a chance at victory towards the end of it. It happens a lot. But we'll continue our order here. That's the Ferrari of Cargo. We recently just talked about the Peugeot. Let's look up at the next car in line, and that is, of course, the car that's currently in pits right now, the hypercar of the... Let's try to get the better angle to look at it. There he is. That is the Team Valkyrie. We'll let him do his thing in the pits, as well as the next car in line, and the next car in line. That's the Van Wall, followed by the BMW, who I think is doing the driver swap. Yes, they are, so that's going to do that for them. Next up, we have Team MRE, fan favorite in the chat, I will say. And you know what? Nothing positive, nothing negative, too much to say, other than their drive-through penalty. It's everything positive from there. Yes, they had to shake off a drive-through penalty early on for the collision between themselves and the Toyota. But luckily for them, they're back on strides, and as we see, a drive-through penalty for the number 29. As pit stops are starting to be made, that was the it's P28 overall. As for these guys, though, they've been in a lot of heated battles throughout this one, but no matter what, they've still kept their heads down. They got thrown a drive-through penalty by Race Direction, and still they are in 4th overall. Without that penalty, they could easily be in the top 3 and could be fighting for 3rd right now, maybe even 2nd potentially. But they did it. It's served. It's in the past. Now you look forward. Little lockup though, and missing the apex down the Mulfan. It's all about now just hitting your marks. 14 seconds behind the top 3. Starting off at 3rd place, the ACRT car. These guys very consistent, and it's going to be really tough to top the podium drivers at the moment. And we start off, of course, with the ACRT drivers. 18 seconds, however, behind. Now, with these guys, though, we cannot forget about one of their pit stops that probably, honestly, maybe could have had them in a confident P2. But they did have that incident in the Porsche curves, and unfortunately, it's left them on the back foot as a long pit stop is made for one of the, I think that is the BMW. Yes, it is. That's their 2nd of 15 that they have to make throughout this race. So good progress on that so far. We cannot forget about the incident that this Porsche had through the Porsche curves, and now having to climb up the long way around to get back up through this one. But one thing's for sure, still keeping their head down, and you know what? To be in third after all those shenanigans, and the best you could be doing right now without that mistake is probably second. Well, that's a W in my book. In a long race like this, you have to try to mitigate what you lose. And one team that has not lost as much as some of the other prototypes in this one, it is the, oh, trouble, hold on, before we get to that, there is trouble for the 003 car on the Forza chicane. Where is the next car in line for the number 26? This could be entertaining here, and he's going to be very happy to see a car just off the circuit and back on. Ladies and gentlemen, a battle may commence very soon. Will he be able to extend that gap? I don't know. But it's going to be pretty close here between these two here. This could be a battle. Now, under a second, it's just hovering over a second. It's the mid-pack battle. But we're going to let them do their thing. Drive-through penalty for the hypercar. 077. Oh, no! Trouble! Apologies there for swapping the cameras for the moment. But locking up through the chicane, going past the tire barriers, has lost the position. Both identical-looking cars. And that is not going to be helpful for him. It's gone wrong. It's gone down. And it's not looking good. Has to get right back in and shake that off and try to catch back through. I think that's teammates though. So there's 8 drivers right there, 2 teams sharing set up. At least they look pretty identical to me. Yeah, they are. This drive-through is taking for the MOST team. Currently now sitting P7, but a little bit of drama early on here in this little fight. One thing's for sure, keeping it alive, keeping it well. 21 hours, 37 minutes left to go in this one. So as those two start to separate between gaps, let's look up to the driver in P2. We didn't get a full word on it. The Avengers comic book look of this one. We're hearing in chat shifting problems for the 003. And that is, of course, yeah, that was one of the drivers who just went off, and I guess that is the reason. Potentially could be pulling their guy into the pits, getting a driver swap immediately. AFS getting their long pit stop in, their second one. A lot of the long pit stops are getting in now. But very, man, lots of issues there. Needs to, yeah, he's, I mean, that, of course, is a hypercar behind him. Of Watts that will swiftly transition to side by side. Do we see though that prototype head into the pits? No. So despite the shifting problems pronounced in chat, still looks good. But as we look to the Watts car, still holding on to P2. Killian in the car, and they are looking very quick out there. Not P1 quick at the moment. 52 seconds the gap to the lead, and well, the only opponents that P1 truly has is themselves, and if a mistake goes down, that is your race leader overall and in the hyperclass, of course. Team Apex, now driven by Adrian Bernard. They have done an amazing job. Whatever they've done to set up this car and whatever they fed their drivers beforehand, it's clearly working, because with a 52-second gap, they're in a league of their own. Nobody can stop them at the moment. And they are truly the drivers to beat as it stands. They can afford maybe a little mistake here and there, but they are just that good out there. They're keeping it all good. It's an all-German team. And these guys have done very well so far in the first part of this race. But 2.5 hours complete of this one. And we continue going on in this race. Gaps, though, have truly increased, however. And really, is there anything that could be done? Oh, wow, there is a bit of action here. One of the BMWs currently sitting 29th overall, has trouble and runs it off Indianapolis. Gets back going. But, yeah, that's... Man, it's going to be insult to injury because they're running in the rear back of the field. So they have lots of work to do to try to get back going through this one. Hop over up the field now once again. Are there still shifting problems for the 003 car? Number 23, massive accident on lap 3 because of the GT3. So that is why that number 23 car of the Watts team is kind of where they are right now, truly. Of course, we weren't able to fully see all the action. There was so much to watch in that one, in that start. That's kind of the moment where you don't just need 2 cameras, you need 3, is a bit of a lockup there from E16 overall. So quiet, little quiet now. And honestly, anything will excite us here if we do see any mistake or anything that comes close together. But take a look at those gap times. 42 laps complete from the leader. And they're doing a great job out there of keeping this one very good. The moderators and the staff of AC Friends doing an amazing job of making sure this race is as it should be. And sometimes the boring races that go on here are the best. For a moderation standpoint, as a fan standpoint, I can understand. You want to see crashes, you want to see incidents, you want to see overtakes, you want to see daredevil moves. I can totally understand from a moderation point of view. They want a nice, clean one to the very end. Well, let's see if it continues to stay clean as the Watts team now comes in for a pit stop. Is it going to be a long stop or is it going to be a driver swap? I think it's my belief that I don't think if you do a driver swap, it also gets a long pit stop. But we're going to find out if he does disconnect out the session. Doesn't look like it, so it might be a long stop here. Also get some fuel and tires and head back on to the circuit. And you look there, we also see the MRE driver there cross our line 3:24.909. Let's compare that to the next driver coming across the line. That could be P18 maybe? No, it's not. P21 is, of course, your GT3 category. With Team Phoenix coming in, they had damage. So potentially they can get that one fixed and start to really show their pace like they were early on in this one. AC03 of the German names at the top of your screen there. They're going to do some work on their car and get back going as soon as possible. 666 though in the pits, getting right back out. Let's look down. Where is the Team Watts team? Looks like not even a long pit stop was made either. So luckily for them, they continue on. Anderson Baiano, welcome to the chat. Came for the Caribbean community. Good race. Welcome there, Anderson. Love the support. Thank you so much for checking us out. If you're just tuning into the stream, I'm your host here for the commentary for the first and final part of this run, Rahul Nasir from Caribbean Motor Racing Sim Club. If you want to check out more of my voice, you love the commentary, you want to hear more, you can check us out later on today in about a couple hours time around 4:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's going to be in exactly 5 hours from now. We're going to be going live. I'll be commentating that event. And it's going to be a 90-minute race around Road America with GTEs and LMP2s. So if you want that little shift of racing, open up a tab and have us out on the side of your screen. But keep this one open. Because even though it's an endurance race and it may get boring for the most part, stuff like this could happen. Just like this. Oh, and it's the Valkyrie who on the Tetra Rouge gets it wrong and has now got back going. Picking up the speed, listen to the engine roar as it tries to pick up and gets back going. Is there any chance of them to start to close back up and get going here? That's their kind of quest here. They kind of sit in a weird mid pack where sure. Oh wow, a little too deep. As they sit in the mid pack, they're in a weird little space where it's kind of a long ways to go until they can catch up anybody, and they're in the mid pack, so they need to start putting down the pace. And mistakes like that are not going to help their team. It's just going to be frustrating there. But I think the most important part is just keep the will going. Don't give up in this one. Who do we have here that could be close to a battle? Well, it's once again these two teammates. You see that the inputs at the bottom right-hand side of your screen. That includes Delta. That includes the current lap time. We're just going to watch it and see the cross the lap. You see that Delta update. More bottom right-hand side of your screen, you're going to see the telemetry. So that's going to include the steering and the pedal inputs from all these drivers. So very interesting data we get from our drivers here on AC Friends. One thing's for sure, though, it's not quite over yet. And we have a battle here. 2 seconds between these two competitors here for GT3. And this is going to be your battle for 4th position. Let's go on board with the Mercedes. Oh, in trouble. Mammy Course get the drive through for cutting. I was just about to compliment the line that Mammy Course took through Indianapolis, and I was going to say that was a decent cut there, and if you got away with it, that's going to be a line to really take. Unfortunately, it has not worked out, and he's got a drive-through penalty. As you see there, just letting through some of the leaders there past that gap there from Q1. You just saw him go past, and now entering through the Porsche curves. 68 seconds. The gap between himself and P2. Oh, in trouble, hits the wall hard through the exit of Porsche curve. That's the Mercedes, driven by Mammy Course. Shake it off and get back going. Hopefully there's no suspension damage. As you see the Mercedes coming into the pit, I'm making sure we don't have any audio checks here. Apologies for that. We should be good to go. Alright, so apologies for the low audio. I'm just getting a message here. Just for contact. Thank you for the compliments there. Commentary is awesome. Thank you, thank you. But on Max, so just trying to see what that issue is, though, if that could be on my side. So just hold on us for a couple moments time. We're just gonna try to turn up the commentary audio here. And There's also trouble for the LMP2 car. Just wanted to see that for a moment there, just to make sure he's looking good. Maybe a little bit of a spin, got back going. That's just making sure audio levels are good to go here. Once again, apologies if the audio did come down a little bit lower. I'm not too sure how low it went down. Okay, just gonna do another audio check here and making sure everything is a lot better on the stream side. And hopefully everything is good to go. So I think we should be good to go. Thank you once again, chat, for that. As we continue this action here off for the 24 of Le Mans here on AC Friends. As we continue this one off here, now let's try to focus on to the action going on your screen here. Oh, trouble for Vig. That's the 666. What happened there? Just want to take a look at them for the second. Looks like it was a little mistake there on the Ford chicane. Meanwhile, though, looks like more driver transfers are going through, including P2's ACRT team. Once again, though, apologies for the issues with the audio, especially it being distorted. Once again, we're always trying to get a fix on that as soon as possible. But please bear with us on this small little technical difficulties here. But 68 concurrent viewers, thank you so much for tuning in for AC Friends 24 hours of Le Mans. Whether you're a competitor in this race, sitting off and waiting for your time to be on track, or you're somebody who's here to support your fan favorites on circuit out, we still appreciate all your support here, whether you're chatting with us or you're just watching. We'd love to see you all here. If you love my voice, you can check out Caribbean Motor Racing Sim Club, and that is where you're going to be able to hear my voice in about 5 hours time for our mini endurance going on at Road America. You can open up a link to that, as well as have this action going on here. Still some awesome stuff going on as long pit stops once again being made here, but still no close battles going on track. However, I do say that HGE is coming a little close to Abby now. Go on board with them. Team HGE on board on the Audi, and you hear it just screaming down the straight. Luckily, one thing these cars don't really have to worry about in sim is the reliability aspect. The only reliability they have to worry about is their real-life equipment not failing on them throughout this 24 hours of constantly abusing the system. As you see the lag there, drifting around the circuit. Really hope, one thing's for sure, I've not seen it yet, or any incidents happen because of lag. Really hope we're good to go on that, and there's no other issue on that forefront as another long pit stop is made. The ACRT team who now shuffles down to P6 overall. So let's try to find and see if there are any other drivers close on a battle here, or are we going to stick with this one for the moment? We might have to stick with this one. Because it is actually, yes, the closest battle we have on track. Team Abby Racing. Now, going to be on the defense. From HGE. A battle that we have been watching quite a while in this one. Slowly chasing down and hunting, looking for a potential chance of an overtake. As you see there, one of the LMP2 cars, I think that's one of your leaders in this one, just going past. So the Mercedes temporarily maybe offline as they head into the Porsche curves. But that Audi struggling just that bit more, looking for a move ultimately for position. Can he get it done? We shall see. Oh, look at the, oh wow, Valkyrie cutting through traffic and able to go through. Exiting out the final corner. Better run there from the against the Mercedes and across the black and white strips goes the HG car, and they put their G3 car up to 25th overall. Doing a great job as that suspension bangs over the sausage curbs. But done and dusted there. Oh, that's the leader. Looked for a move on the inside, could not be done. And kind of tucks back in where he was. Meanwhile, though, that Mercedes looks like it's closing back quite that bit, and I think from the overall race leader and trying to get him as may have set up the Team Abbey Mercedes number 20. Number 133, P26, a chance to remove, and there we see it. Around the outside, heading into the Kane. The Audi's gonna have the inside line unless you can done. Will the Audi be on the best of the late breakers? Yes, he is. Is it too deep? No, in fact, it's actually pretty perfect to get the line through and, in fact, gain a bit of time on the Mercedes. Doing a great job of keeping this car ahead. But with the help of the slipstream, this battle is still close in anybody's game. This is, of course, your battle for P6 overall in this 24 hours of Le Mans. Early stages and many things can still transpire in this one. But either way, still pretty close. And there goes the Ferrari, just going past. That is the, I believe that's the cargo team, is that? Yes, it is. And he's going to be now lapping past one of the lower class BMWs. Behind Team Cargo, though, that's the ACRT drivers. Currently sitting P6, but 39 seconds, almost 40 seconds behind. So got some work to do to catch up. Back to this battle here, though. and it still is getting close between them. And we're just getting word from the stewarding room and the behind the scenes room that we're just getting a higher bit rate, so the streaming quality should look a bit better for you guys at home. Hopefully it looks a lot better. Reading chat now in this battle. In the 1 through 3, we have a mix of faster and slower drivers. Not sure if that's the same for HGE's Audi. None of us fast as the legends at the top, but doing our best. Thank you so much, Mike, for the input. And that is coming from the drivers you're looking at right now, and specifically this car, the Mercedes for Team Abbey. So thank you, Mike, for the feedback. If any other teams are watching in the chat, leave down your remarks about how your team is going, how your race is going. We'll read it down on stream. We appreciate all the feedback. And of course, if you're just a fan and you're loving the action here, join on the chat. Let's have a conversation. How do you feel about the race so far? Who are your favorites in this one? It's currently 5:47 in game time. And we're about to head down into our first 2 hours complete of this Le Mans race. Interestingly, I did see, I'm not too sure if my eyes are deceiving me, but did I see the 003 potentially pit twice? I thought I saw a DNF next to the name. That could be just me, though. But still in pits and heading out. Drive-through penalty for the LMP2 Team Valkyrie. And maybe my eyes are deceiving me. I don't think I did see the 003 car DNF for a second time. Nonetheless, though, we see chat once again talking about our race leaders, and yes, yeah, we'll have a conversation about them. These guys have been in the league. Adrian Bernard in the no care in the world with those tires. He is absolutely to an extent may have a pit stop very soon. One thing's for sure, though, he's done a fantastic job of keeping this one alive and going. And right now, nothing is truly stopping him. He's going to be entering the 50th lap of this one. More comments in the chat. I think it's so awesome that multiple teams are strategizing right now. So many people are thinking at the same time to beat each other. Endurance racing is nothing like what you see with F1. I mean, F1... Endurance racing is about 24 hours. It's not just about the close racing on track. It is about pit stop strategies as the drive-through is taken for the Team Valkyrie LMP2 car that currently sits P14 overall, as well as car reliability. Can your machine make it to the very end? Of course, in sim racing, it's a little bit of a different story, just because, you know, the only thing that makes these cars unreliable is if it has damage. Because the overall, if you race this thing completely touching a single, it's good. Unless you make a weird downshift, of course. More messages are coming through in chat. Thank you so much. Make sure more drivers and teams in chat. If you're watching the stream and you are a team member, hit us up with a comment right now and let us know how your race is doing. Give us your perspective of the action going on right now. We got more messages coming in here from Daniel, LMP2 Watt E Racing. It's going pretty all right. Had some avoidable situations, but all in all, pretty consistent pace. That's, of course, their LMP2 team right now. Let's take a look at where they are right now. As they're over Mercedes. And they're currently 6th overall in their class. As, running just off the there. I'll skip Joe's comment for a moment because I'm just seeing Threshold on Discord. Looks like you're cutting off. Let me see what I can do. Thank you for the feedback. And I'll check my feedback and make sure we're good on our side. Yeah, one of the first times we're kind of using Discord to go through with my voice here, so let me just double check here. So, hopefully should be a lot better now. Just did some little checks on chat here. And on Discord, making sure everything is good to go here. Let me just move back over to Joe's chat here. Starting as P1 in the LMH class. Was intense, especially the traffic. Indeed. They were very close in that one. But yeah, qualifying, if you did miss it, no worries, I can lend you in on the action that went down. And, well, it was, of course, P1 of the... Let's find it up here. The pole position of Apex Evo's 3-minute 23.94. And you look down the order, qualifying in the LMP2, or sorry, I say the hypercar class category. They're decently out there with the qualifying lap times between each other. But overall, though, Team Apex Evo, I'll probably shorten it down to Apex, so the simplicity of chat and on the leaderboards. Like you said there, good gap of 1:43. You just say that like it's nothing, but truly it's incredible what this team has really produced out there. As a little swap of position there is just being made on track, but actually not position, just two cars going through, and one of them is actually the aforementioned right there, your race leader, Apex Racing. Let's take a look. We haven't taken too much love to our GT3 race leader, and let's give him some love. He deserves it. This is the Lamborghini. Doing a great job. Strategy has put them out in front for this part of this race. And are doing a great job in terms of pit stops. Everybody is balancing between 3 to 4 pit stops. Your only outliers out there are the Aston Martin Valkyrie team, the 077 running P9. They have done a total of 6 pit stops, entered the pit 6 times. Maybe that should clarify it a bit more. The Mami Course 012 Mercedes-Benz AMG, they have... just wanted to double check. Is there any trouble here? Maybe there was a little love tap on the LMP2 car, not too sure. But yes, that Mercedes team doing a total... I can find it here on my screen. 5 pit stops. Last pit stop 8 laps ago. For the Valkyrie, of course, they pitted 4 laps ago. The next driver to really have a higher pit stop count is the number 29 BMW, 6 pit stops. Trouble for P7 overall. It's the BMW. We were talking about Beamers, and there's one on the 4 chicane. And something has gone wrong with that car as they entered the chicane. Very interesting part of the circuit to get it wrong as well. Just continuing on with chat. I'm from Watts number 23, joined later because of the IRL stuff. Was quite shocked when I saw the BMW's headlights posted in the team chat, but apart from that, racing is fine. Oh, and was that a drive-through penalty for one of the Team Watts cars? That is not good there. if that was the case. Yes, it was. Drive-through penalty for number 23. It had local yellow flags as well. Didn't catch it live, but we can catch this one. There is another car off the circuit, and that is the number 27 P10 Ferrari AFS getting it wrong at the Tetra Rouge. That, and I think it's all going down from here. Lots of incidents going down on circuit. What happened there? Huge trauma. Have my mic muted there to take a swig of water, and there is carnage for the HG driver. And somebody has just put a voodoo curse on a Hot Wheels out just like that and has chucked it across the field, because I did not see a single bit of contact, and I'm just looking back on stream. It was lag that teleported him backwards, and they're about to be saying, well, that prototype just hit us. And that car has just gone for a huge on the Mulsanne straight. As a voodoo curse there of the lag spike. And that is the one thing we hate. That's the one thing we worry about with these drivers. We hope that we don't get into these incidents where, you know, lag plays a big part, and that is something that is not going to help his case. Sun is starting to go down here. Steering looks okay for the Audi, but right now, turn our attention to our race leaders who have just entered pit road now for their pit stops here. And it's going to be a driver swap. Drive-through penalty for HGE as well. It's gone from bad to worse. Probably the damage sustained on their car. Not looking too well for them. Needs to come in immediately. And what's worse, they have a drive-through penalty. So they can't even come in for repairs. Mighty unfortunate for the HG GT3 crew on circuit. We are now heading up the 3-hour mark, and well, bad news for you guys, and I don't want to make it bad news, but I will be taking my leave here in an hour's time. So at 1, or should I say, 1 p.m. Eastern. Essentially just 1 hour from now, I'll be taking my leave outside the commentary booth, and I will see everyone in the next day, because I will be taking everybody through the final 2 hours of this Le Mans 24 hours presented by AC Friends, a part of their endurance championship. The Endurance Masters, of course. If you want to get on this action, join their Discord. I don't believe it's linked in these streams, but you can find it unless an admin is listening on. Oh! And that Audi does not like this circuit at all. Oh my goodness! Has he got a drive? Wow! A drive-through taken for the Watts team. I thought that was this car, but that is a huge lag spikes. It's a drive-through penalty. This Audi has to as soon as possible, if that's the internet connectivity he has. Oh man, he's good. We're gonna keep an eye on him. Locked pit stop is made for the 007 team, who now shuffles down to 3rd. But let's keep an eye on this car for about half a lap more. Let's make sure this lag is not going to hamper him in the long run. Hopefully during that... Yeah, that is a wild ping indeed. And that is even worse. Passing you, your net race leader of Apex. And trouble. From... Oh, it's that Valkyrie again. Got it going. Once again, another accident from the Ford chicane. And I hope there is nothing wrong with that car, but that is a lot of spins from him. I really hope everything is good on that forefront with those guys. Oh, but the P2 car, the LMP2, number 42, oh, is trouble again. Overheated tires. You gotta take. With a spin like that, then you know what's good for him is that he's got the Mulsanne straight to calm that car down, maybe calm the driver. Kicks the dirt. Oh no, it's gone even worse. Off the Tetra Rouge. Let's see if this car can stick. But two developing stories right now. One of them you're looking at right now, that's the Valkyrie having some issues on track, trying to keep it on, and the GT3 HGE currently sitting P26 overall, having some ping issues. Lagging all the way around town. Let's make sure there's no other incidents, especially with this driver behind him, because that is your leader in the GT3 category. And blue flags, and he gets right out the way. So back going and racing between these guys here, and for the majority part of it, still race where it's undecided here. Is a little off the circuit through Indianapolis. Emery makes their pit stops here. And the Watts GT3 car, yes, he is disconnecting quite a bit on track. Or actually, you're calling it the number 24 car. Not too sure if you were trying to call out the 58. You're calling, oh, that's actually the Watch GT3. And yeah, he has disconnected indeed. I thought it was a pit stop. Yeah, it is a pit stop. I think it's a driver swap here coming back on. But disconnected on track. Back on. So if he did retire out on the circuit there, it looks to be good. Didn't catch it right live, but also the LMP2 car trying to overtake the HG Audi. Had a little bit of a spin, almost a half spin. Just wanted to put that there. As we continue this one out here. Let's look back up to these drivers up here. Any chance? Oh, trouble once again. Don't tell me it is the Aston Martin once again, and through the Ford chicane. There has to be something wrong with that car, right? Let's look on board. Now, on board-wise, it looks fine for the most part. But you see a little twitch on the braking. Could be rear suspension that's gone. It's not reacting like it should. It's not reacting at all like it should, and trying to keep that beast under you, it's getting quite difficult for him. As the MRE makes their second of 15 pit stops. 6 p.m. here at Circuit de Les Arts. Of course, we started this action off at 3 p.m. The official race time of these ones getting underway, as HGE's LMP2 class gets their pit stop going. And still looking pretty swell. But headlights are going to be coming on, especially on the end, because the trees are going to be blocking the sunlight, and it's going to get pretty dark around here. So action could go down. Now here's a driver that could be climbing up very close. 4 seconds behind. A lot of drivers making their second long pit stops. And this should be very interesting here. Through the Michelin chicane. Exiting out. The gap, 4.3 seconds we also have because of all these pit stops now successfully going through. The van wall is about 5.1 behind the Toyota up ahead. But this, I think, is the battle we could be watching for. And this one could get very heated. If you're just tuning into the stream, thank you so much for tuning in to AC Friends. If you're loving the action, hit that subscribe button, like the stream, and comment down who are your main picks in this early stages. Who are your favorite drivers to watch? Any team members out there? Send us in your feedback if you haven't already of how's your race going. If we also have any former drivers who've just completed their stints, and you are a team member that has a driver who's just come off, well, let's yes, so as I was saying, if you do have any drivers from your camp who's just come off the car, make sure you send us a little message if you can. To be honest, I absolutely love what? I don't know why though. Well, the livery for one is definitely probably one of the best liveries that we've seen here. And we're actually going to come back to split screen here because the man who's currently setting P1 and on your screens here is going to be completing his stop. And it's going to be the end of his stint. It would be cool to do an interview that a driver just come off. Yes, indeed. Right now, we're just going to play a calm here. It's one of the first times I'm in the commentary booth for AC Friends. And ABD Racing number 007. Sure thing. If you want to get a word, yeah, we can grab a word on you. Why not? Let me know your name in the Discord, and I'll drag good with you, and we'll have a fun conversation here. As there we see the driver swap here. I hope we can see it on camera. I'm not gonna lie. To see what the IRL driver swap looks like. And you see here the smiles coming from the crew of Team Watts. Team Watts. They've done a great job at this race so far. The prototype category. Doing a great job, and the procedure pretty easy as this. Disconnect out the session. Hop out. We're not gonna see it. Not gonna see it live there, unfortunately. You know, some private stuff going on in the back. But yes, ABD Racing. If you could let us know your name, I will find you in the Discord and we will transfer you over. I just saw earlier in the chat, you can still repair your car. You have 3 less to drive through. Totally understood, yes. Ooh. Paulo commenting out he's had a disconnection. So really hope that hasn't hampered the race from your team. And I hope everything is good to go from your side of things. So, just want to throw out a quick announcement here to our 55 concurrent viewers. First of all, thank you so much for tuning in. If you're a driver on track, really appreciate all the support. Second thing second, there's a note to all drivers, all camps out here. If you would like to get an interview, in the AC Friends Discord, there's a channel for a waiting room, a driver's waiting room. If you can hop in the driver's waiting room, we're happy to have an interview with you. And I think one of them we're going to have is Adrian. And Adrian, we have you on here now. Welcome.
Hello, hello, hello.
Now, this race has been pretty quiet, especially on your end. But take us through it. How's it going so far?
Wait, I will activate the cam actually. I just bought it today, so I have to use it.
Ooh, okay. I'm not too sure if we can get it on stream, but
Oh, I don't mind. I don't care.
I'm not too sure. Yeah. Go on then.
It hasn't been too. Yeah. Like not too many things happened, to be honest. It was pretty quiet race for us. Made a few cuts here and there. To be honest, on my side, probably a bit more. But yeah, laps are clean. We are fast, I think, and consistent. Yeah, I had one incident with the Aston Martin GT3 car, but we settled it outside of yeah, penalties, I would say. So yeah, everything's fine from our side.
Now it's still a very long race to go, but the gap you've built up, it's absolutely incredible. What's it like going through the traffic with this field at hand?
Well, to be honest, I feel like this race, the lower classes are doing a great job, like better than the last races. To be honest, it's more that we in the LMDH cars have to be a bit more careful, or like at least I have to be a bit more careful for myself, because yeah, you don't win it in one corner like you win it in a race, and you don't have to be over pushing, yeah, on an overtake.
What's lovely now?
It's tough though. It's tough. Like sometimes you, especially in Porsche curves or Tête Rouge, you don't want the GT3 in front of you.
Just want to throw it out there. We do have you on stream now. You see your face cam here, so you can give a little wave to the audience down there. And just wanted to mention out here and want to ask, what is the best corner and what is the worst corner to catch up? Clearly, the in lose time, but for a lot of these drivers, where get that really you do lose some time more. For you personally, what is maybe your least favorite to catch up the
So yeah, my least favorite corner to catch up the traffic would be definitely Porsche curves. You lose up to 2 seconds if you have a car in front there. The second worst would be probably Tête Rouge or Ford chicane, and the best one obviously like back straights and maybe even like after T1 this like downhill. I think it's Dunlop chicanes. I'm not sure. No, I'm not too sure, but those are easier.
Oh, definitely. Well, the sun is starting to come down here. How are you feeling going?
Sorry, your mic cuts out. I didn't hear you.
Oh, apologies. We're coming into the later stages. Well, the sun's coming down. It's gonna get... How are you feeling and how's the team feeling?
Well, obviously we prepared for this. We did night tests. We, both of us drive like... You can, in the content manager, you can disable the night. We don't do that because we want to have the real experience, even though it's maybe a bit slower. But yeah, we learned to drive in the dark. Obviously, in the beginning it's a bit stressful sometimes, but honestly, after some time, like driving in the night, it's just the rhythm, and yeah, it's almost the same as if it's like bright. I don't think too much of a difference, to be honest. I have my reference points where I can brake, and that's it, I guess.
And obviously, you don't just walk into AC Friends best. It takes a lot of time, practice, effort. You mentioned that you practice with the team at late nights around here and memorizing all the breaking points and inputs, but truly how much practice goes into eventually getting into a race where you're all 2 minutes ahead of P2.
But that's a bit embarrassing, to be honest. I actually don't live here. That's my family home where my rig is. So, and I work like a normal job. So I had to drive here. On Wednesday I arrived, and on Wednesday I started training every day, like 4 or 5 hours, I would say. And today maybe like 3. So that's it from my side, but my teammate probably done 400, 500 laps. We were supposed to be 3 guys, but yeah, unfortunately one of our teammates decided he doesn't want to play anymore, like he doesn't have free time for several reasons. And therefore we now with only 2 drivers in this 24-hour race, so yeah, it's a long way for us to go, but yeah, the practice was, I think, enough, I guess.
Adrian, thank you so much for your time here.
Alright, yeah, see you. Bye.
See you, man. So that was, of course, the man, Adrian Bernard. Still long race left to go. But yes, as we watch on to this action here, it's still quite a long... Coming on your screen right now here as we're looking live on for the P5. We also have the battle behind there. Through towards the end of this one. I think an opportunity gets too loud. Not too sure where that's coming from there, but hopefully my audio level. I'm just gonna see if maybe turning down my mic quite a bit does help that little bit more. So hopefully it doesn't clip a little too much. I'm also gonna try to speak a little closer to my mic to make sure that sounds good. Ooh, a side-by-side action here. That's your race leader. And we continue this action here. Gap 0.2 seconds now. As we go on board here, let's actually try to, well, actually we'll swap it in car in just a second here. There we go. A little bit quieter than all the other cars out here as the 666 comes in for a pit stop, a long stop. And as we continue this one, still gaps are closing down. However, actually the gap between the Toyota and the van wall increasing quite a bit, 5.6 the difference. And we also have still the battles down there, 003 against the number 26. And we also have the GT3 Phoenix also going through. Thank you so much for the audio levels. Mike's cup sometimes when sensitivity is too low. Works better, much better. Okay, thank you. Thank you guys in chat. So yeah, hopefully the audio doesn't exist anymore. But yeah, thank you so much for all of that feedback. 6:20 here at Circuit de la Sarthe. And as it stands, this battle here for P5 looked a little bit hopeful, but unfortunately doesn't look like we're going to be able to get it done here. Try to get a little closer look here. Haven't used the freer camera now as we watch some of these guys fly by. Coming through the Chetra Rouge, that's one of the GT3 BMWs. There you have LMP2s. That's the BMW of the hypercar class category, GT3 category, just going past our screen. Oh, trouble there! What a save from one of the prototypes. Yeah, it can bite. These curbs can bite if you want them to. From HGE, hopefully it's a driver swap. I believe it should be. And we're gonna continue this one. Battle's pretty close here, to be honest. These two guys are teammates, of course, P15, P16. It's still there, but better than before. I'm gonna try to lower down my mic and... You know what? We'll try to raise it on my side here. Maybe a bit louder, however, just doing my... mitigate that cutting, because I'm not hear any feedback from that. That forefront. So, yes, I am seeing. Yep. So, yeah, hopefully, I think I just got it now. So, apologies there. Yeah, there was a good bit of cutting there, and it might be Discord. Yeah. Let me see if that works there. Hopefully. Tried turning the mic down as much as I could, and hopefully that should be good to go. Could be Discord, yeah. Once again, apologies, chat, for any of these audio technicalities. Fastest lap though for Apex Evo 3:21.228. So I think I fixed it now. I think it should be good to go, and hopefully I'm not jinxing myself, and then you just hear my audio cutting out there. I promise that time wasn't good. You made it worse, but now it's okay. Yeah, just I'm trying to do some settings with my mic. I'm trying to see what is worse to try to figure out the issue, because I think it's better to find the issue. Because if we don't know what exactly is causing my mic to do that, then yeah. But I think I've just gotten it. Yeah, Discord is Discord. Let's put it like that. Nonetheless, though, I think everything is finally good now. I think also the distortion should be non-existent anymore, and I think we're good to go. So yes, apologies for those mic issues. Probably in the last couple minutes this stream has been going on for, but. Don't worry, you're not going to hear my voice for that much longer. I will be taking my leave in about just over 30 minutes time, and that'll be my stint done here in the commentary booth. And yeah, it'll actually be me done for the day, and then I'll be back once again. I'll be doing the final 2 hours of commentary for this 24 hours of Le Mans, and we're going to crown a winner in all 3 categories. But I'm still with you guys for the long run. We've got the mic issues sorted. Thank you for all those comments there. And once again, yeah, so if you didn't hear me, or if my mic was cutting out, I don't blame you. If you have any drivers, if you are a driver and you want to have an interview, join the Drivers Waiting Discord voice channel. It's just under the on-air channel. So if you want to join that, we can drag you in and we can have a little conversation. How's the race going? So yeah, any requests, do let us know. As you see now, side by side, the 003 is going through now 2.5 seconds. So really starting to round out the gap as we get late night here at Le Mans. Taking it easy here, the number 26 teammates. But you look at the rear cam, you don't see any car in sight. But off board, we can see it right there. Let's try to find a better view. Actually, there you go. That might be the best shot. There you go. So that is the gap between these two drivers here. 2.6 seconds. Teammates. And it looks to be starting to may have a little civil war go down here. We do not know. But I hope it should be fun here. We also have a picture-in-picture going on. So you're also going to get to see some of the action going on as well. At the bottom right-hand side of your screen. It's taking a look at, of course, the hypercar battles going on. There's, of course, a battle going on between Toyota and Ferrari. 6.2 seconds, however. And not as close as this battle that's going to go down here. Let's go on board. The P16. 003. The sun, as we heard it from Adrian, it's so blinding around here, and it's going to be interesting for how this racing turns out, because this sun's going to be there for quite a while until it fully goes away, and then we can probably get these headlights on and get racing in the dark. But I don't think it has hampered the 003 car chasing down his teammate, because the gap is about 2.2 seconds entering the Porsche curves. Great entry and exit between them. Flick it to the left. Through Corvette. Under the Porsche bridge into the Ford chicane. As a race leader will be beginning the 60th lap of this race. Still dominating. 2 minutes and 25 seconds. The gap for the lead, you don't normally see that for the top driver in prototype racing, especially for the lead. So it's pretty incredible what those guys have really cooked up, and truly a league of their own. You see those guys in an open lobby just run, just call it quits at that moment. No chance you're beating them. Those guys are sending it, and the only guys who are setting those fastest lap times overall. But you may want to wonder, on the same topic as fastest laps, why don't we take through what's going on with the fastest laps of the other classes, as there's a drive-through for the ACRT team currently sitting Q4, and that could potentially give us a battle here. Does he enter pit lane this time around? No, he doesn't. Maybe another lap, but the gap is 27 seconds. That could go down significantly and give us a battle for the top spots. P4 to be exact. We also have a battle here that still continues to close down. Clearly there's a driver faster between the two. In terms of the fastest lap for the next class, we'll look up to the LMP2s. So far, it's a 35-2-3-2. That's the fastest lap, and that's P13 to HGE. They have the fastest lap right now. job. Let's swap to the GT3 category. Fastest lap for them looks to be a 3:53.497. Interesting enough, other than the hypercars, LMP2s and GT3s, Trouble, are your fastest cars on track. There you see Ford Chicane. The SOE number 42 gets it wrong. And luckily, right back on track, last, so no cars behind to worry about. Just have to worry about the cars ahead. A little wiggle there, and a lockup for the Ferrari. Slide right through for another position there on track. Not officially for his standings. He's still got a bit of ways to go. We're still waiting for the ACRT team to make their drive-through. And still, trouble. They go deep. That's gonna be a track limits there. Not gonna help in the slightest. But this gap, take a look at this. They've closed up, and now the 003 is finally within a second. Exiting the Porsche curves through Corvette and now into the Ford chicanes. Let's go on board. Ah, no, we're not going to get a battle. That sucks. Makes it to the pits. Goes for a pit stop. It's a team after all, so they probably already have that one strategized. Meanwhile, take a look at the Toyota flashing its headlights at the SOE car, because just ahead between themselves, they have a GT3 that's leading its class. We have a battle here, 2.6 the difference for P7 in the hypercar class category. And ooh, look at that lit up red fin there. And meanwhile, AFS gets a drive-through penalty for cutting the circuit. Exceeds it one too many times and has to take it to the pits. Meanwhile, we're still waiting for ACRT to come in for a drive-through penalty, which we have still yet to see. But once it does go down that gap of 20, should I say maybe 24 seconds, will go down just like that. It's a shame because ACRT was starting to close that gap. It's now down to 14 seconds. So they were doing some good work out there. So we're with the Toyota. See his perspective of the action. Oh, trouble. Don't tell me. It is the Aston Martin through the Forza chicane. And that is another one to shake off there. Still more trouble coming from him. And these guys, the ACRT team, yet to come in for their pit stop. When are they going to come in? That's the big question here. Because once they get that drive-through going, this battle for P4 will intensify. I can guarantee you that. Meanwhile, 666 in the clutches of the race lead for GT3. And I'm not too sure what happened, if there was a pit stop or not. One thing's for sure, we have ourselves a battle right here. It's one of the prototypes going right past GT3 AFS drive-through. That's P28 overall through the Ford chicane, exiting out. This is your battle for the race lead in GT3. On board with 666. I said 666 is one of those cars to look out for. Gonna be very close to watch around here. And AFS swiftly gets that drive-through taken. Oh, a little bit of lag, however. Lots of lag, though. Tokyo drifts it through the exits. Wow. Unfortunate ping there from him, and hopefully it doesn't lead to a potential incident going down there. HGE gets a drive-through for cutting. That's the LMP2 class category, and he was in 3rd. So it's going to knock him down quite a bit. Keep an eye on when those drivers enter the pits. It's going to get very, very intense. 2 prototypes coming in. LMP2, and look at that. It's just like Hakkinen and Schumacher at Spa all of those years ago, but it's all different categories. It's a great screenshot, though, from all those guys. But one thing's for sure, it has not helped this battle here because it's still closer and any man's game. Great run out the Forza chicane. Any better angle we can get from this fight here? Who is going to make their mark? Who's going to make their move? It's the 666 going to go for a move. P2, LMP2 of the Watts team makes a mistake on the exit of the Ford chicane. Let's go back up to the battle for the lead. Down the inside, 666 gets the move, potentially. Does so easily. Little too hot on the brakes. Has to slow a lot more down on the Michelin chicane, exiting out. However, the rear end of that Lamborghini is not sticking whatsoever. Meanwhile, this battle here has gotten closer. The Toyota now just 1.6 behind. Trouble for Sputnik as well. That's an issue there. Now here we go. That's what we were thinking about and waiting for. Let's go on board with P5. This is gonna be the battle for P4 on pit exit. Ready to go. Oh, he's got the move done. He's got it. There you go. I thought it would have been a little closer. But there you go. 1.9. ACRT loses the spot down to the 774 car. AFS also gets their drive-through taken. Lots of close battles in different categories. Vamos 666. Let's head back down to this fight here. Is that Lamborghini going to be able to put a fight onto Team Vig? Is there any opportunity? I'm not too sure. It's 1.7. It's looking like there may not be a chance for any sort of overtake to go down here. Now we're heading into 7 p.m. on track time, with 20 hours left to go in this French Grand Prix, also known as the 24 Hours of Le Mans, presented by AC Friends. Meanwhile, we continue this fight here. And, oh, look at that, 410s actually. We'll swap up here, because the Toyota in the clutches now as they head through Tetra Rouge. Any chance of overtake? Well, we're going to find out shortly. Through the Forza chicane, looks pretty close between each other. Also keep an eye out for some of the other deltas, notably battle for the lead in GT3, 3 seconds. Battle for P4, a hypercar class, that's 2.6. Those are some battles to keep an eye out for on the timing screen. We'll be looking at it live as well, but this is the one we're on board with. Ooh, a little deep goes the cargo Ferrari. And if you're a team driver in here, make a wish in about 5 seconds with 20 left to go. And I wish that all these drivers can have a great race at the very end and we can see some iconic racing throughout this whole one. You're not going to get better action than this one. However, look at the sunlight. Let's go on board. Oh, wow. That is horrible. Put your sunshades on here, buddy, because it's going to be a long evening before that sun goes down. E2. Oh, no. The number 26 drive-through. In the braking zone, slides in. Oh, the rear gets it wrong and lag. The lag has caused an incident at Indianapolis. Both of them going off. I think it's the right thing. If that Ferrari can be let back through, that's for sure. That's lag. 100%. Oh, man. That is so unlucky. Who was it on? Watching it on the stream here. Was it both of them lagging? Was it the Toyota? Nah, it was the Ferrari. It was the Ferrari that teleported back. Man, that does suck. An incident like that, I mean, I'm the type of guy to be like, you know what, let's swap them back. Let's put it back how it was. But at the same time, I can understand if the stewards room does not let that one slide, because at the end of the day, it's your connectivity. And, you know, it's on you. But if you're going to ruin other people's races, you got to get it sorted ASAP. We'll hear from the stewards room shortly if there is potentially a penalty, or if race direction demands the order to be swapped around. One thing's for sure, it was a lag from the Ferrari, from the bird's eye view. And the positions as it stands, well, he's kind of gotten what happens from that lag. Let's go nose cam once again. Chasing down the Toyota. Into the Dunlop chicane. Nailing down the exits. Good exit there. Through the exits. Missing the apex there. And doesn't look like there may be a chance unless you can get a good exit through Tetra Rouge. A little scrappy. 6/10. Is it going to gain? Is it going up or down? That's the question. Oh, it's going up. Yep, 7/10. So that one little mistake on exit costed the Cargo Ferrari quite a bit. However, there still is a potential chance to come back on into this. Hard on the brakes into the Forza chicane. Chance to try to catch through. HGE's LMP2 class has gotten their drive-through taken, and they continue to race out here. No issue at all. Getting all their issues sorted there. 3.6, however, the battle for fourth. And actually now it's opening up quite a bit more. 1.3, and that sun has started to really go away now. Chat saying thanks for moderating the race. You did a really good job. Well, the official moderation team, the stewarding room, is done by, I believe, 4 guys in there. Let's give it a count here. Yeah, 4 of them. They're all together, all admins of AC Friends. And well, as for me, I really hope you have enjoyed these first 4 hours of live commentary, non-stop commentary. If you're just tuning in or you don't know who I am, my name is Rahul Nasir. I am from the Caribbean Motor Racing Sim Club Network, and we have our own race going on later today to commentate to, so that is why I have to take my leave in the next 20 minutes or so. But we really hope you enjoyed all the commentary, and just because there may not be any commentary for the next part of this race, I'm not too sure if we are going to get another voice in here. I really hope you do stay. This is still an incredible race to watch. Of course, you know, the guys who are in teams for these races, they're going to be keeping a close eye, but I'm talking about the main viewers, the fans of these drivers, friends and family. I urge you to continue to watch and stay even without commentary, because this is still an incredible bit of racing. But my time is going to come very soon. However, good news always comes at the end. We have to have our dessert at the end, of course. And the good news is I will be back for the final 2 hours of this 24 hours of Le Mans. And I'm going to be crowning a champion. You're going to hear the excitement. And you're not going to hear commentary anywhere better. But if you want to hear my voice a little bit more after my time is up here, you can check out Caribbean Motor Racing Sim Club CMRSC, as that Cargo Ferrari slides the rear out into turn 1. And you can find my voice where I'll be commentating the 90 minutes of Road America in LMP2s and GTEs. Keep a tab open if you can. But yeah, really appreciate everyone's time here. Thank you so much again for all
the comments, the polite comments everybody has made really means a lot to me. And yeah, I really hope we've made this race that bit more special. The command to find a commentator was pretty late. It was actually Friday, so just yesterday actually, or 2 days ago, I got some word from one of our drivers and a driver here in AC Friends, Jaden Harrison, to put me on. And it's been a pleasure, it's been an honor commentating for a league that's been here for quite a number of years and has boasted some incredible numbers. All this league needs we need a commentator all the time, and well, I'll be on and off here and there. It's of course my first event, and everything's going very well. Maybe you can hear my voice for future events in AC Friends, but overall I still appreciate everybody's time here. Enough about the gloating and the soppy of my end here in this last 15 minutes of commentating. We have yellow flags for P2, and that is not something I thought I'd say, but going slow through the entry of Tetra Rouge gets it wrong, and the gap has now gone down to a whopping 9 seconds, 8 seconds, 8.5. So gone down from 15. And yes, we'll see you tomorrow. I'll still be here for the final 14 minutes now, 13 minutes here. As soon as that timer ticks down, we'll try to see if we can get another commentator. If not, stick around. If you still want to hear my voice, check out CMRSC. You can type on YouTube CMRSC. We're on course for 2,000 subscribers, and we race every Saturdays at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So basically, every Saturday is in about 4 hours from now. As you see there, quick work is being done here as, positions being made here. Take a look at this. HGE losing the position to Valkyrie. And he's got the move done. Great action there. Thank you for your support. Really appreciate this chance to work with you guys. And yeah, we'll see you tomorrow. I'll still be here for the final couple of minutes because there's still a bit of action. I want to watch out, but one of them is the Porsche, who's now down to P28. AFS. Something has gone horribly wrong in his Porsche, and Bandit out of Indianapolis. And 7/10 now. Cargo, the hypercar class, Cargo Fast, they're starting to close up now. Back on the Toyota. That could also be the traffic. That's just so difficult to get through. You see him always struggling so much. They enter the Tetra Rouge side by side with GT3s ahead of them. Not going to help the Ferrari as well. Trying to get through as soon as possible. Gap, though, looks about 9/10 potentially. Yes, it is. So lost a bit of time on the entry of Tetra Rouge is that Cargo Fast Ferrari. But still, trying to find a way to stick in that slipstream. Is there any chance of a last dash overtake here? No, it's 1.3 now. And looks like another swap being made now for the LMP2. One of the LMP2s, the only driver right now in the pits. So pit lane looking very light there. Lap 65 complete of our race here at Le Mans. And just in comparison, it's still a long ways to go. 387, that's the number. That's the number 83 Ferrari crossed the line with. So, I mean, are we on course? Not too sure. Nonetheless, though, that was the real life Le Mans. But still, looks like pit stops are getting a lot more busy now. So I did say pit lane was light, but not anymore. Passing our screens there. And unfortunately, once again, I don't think we do have the alternate stream up, so apologies for anybody who was looking for something in a different language there and a different commentary team. It's just me you have to worry about for the first couple hours here as a good overtake there from the Toyota gets through on the Aston Martin GT3. As P2 of the Lamborghini in GT3 comes in for a pit stop as well, so that's going to leave a bigger gap for the 666 to extend that lead out. Oh, we also have this battle. Was it closer? No, I think there was a pit stop being made. It was close, but the ACRT team is going to get away with this one because of the pit stops, the different strategies, all coming down to the line here. Racing commentary by Rahul, thank you so much. In chat, shout out to you guys for incredible support here. And 55 concurrent viewers, thank you for continuing to stick around here at AC Friends for this 24 hours of Le Mans. Long race to go, but it's still action-packed down the order. No matter where you look, there's still action to watch. While pit lane is looking a bit busy. Ooh, long pit stop there completed for number 64. That's, of course, your race leader of the LMP2 category. And looks like the Ferrari now coming in, as you see pit exit now. I believe that is, yep, the Team Watt, WATT. Thank you, Mike, there. Comments have been great. Appreciate that. We look at actually the aforementioned HG just mentioned there. He's actually 5 seconds, 5.4 behind the Team Valkyrie car. It looks like is kind of just taking it easy maybe because that gap has kind of been going down slowly throughout this one. Meanwhile, that Toyota now 7.7 behind the Van Wall for P5. So the Toyota starting to climb back through, but of course pit stops have to be made for these guys here. Passing by our screens here. And we continue to watch the HE car 5.4 behind. Let's look back at the leader and how he's doing right now. Wow, minute 53. It's not, of course, the almighty 2 minutes and 27. I think that was the highest we saw, or 2 minutes 13, I think it was. Either way, once again, these guys, league of their own. The Alpine fit in the Renault colors, classic F1 looking Renault colors as well, I will add. With the big elf on the side of the car there. Overtaking what I will say is another fantastic livery of the GT3 Watt team in the Porsche comic book strip. I gotta say, whoever's done these liveries, awesome, and I hope you got a little kickback, a little pay from it, because if that was for fun, man, that is awesome. The comic book looking livery is probably, I gotta say, it's probably one of my favorite liveries overall in this race. I gotta give it to them and their whole team. More pit stops coming in from LMP2. SOE is also making their driver swap. But overall, in terms of this race, it's starting to calm down a little bit in terms of official positions being changed in this one. And with 20 hours to go soon, night will fall. It's going to be a little hard to see on stream, but you're going to see all the driver's headlights pop up, and we're going to have ourselves a very, very intense battle under the floodlights. And yes, I know about the 2 Watts liveries, which I will say Porsche's one, and yeah, the hypercar is another. It's, oh my god, look at it, it's so awesome. All right, I'm gonna do this really quickly here just to show off the livery for a moment, just to take a look at how detailed it is if this is your first time looking at it. Captain America, just the comic strip. Honestly, this is so cool. Thanos on the side, a lot of Marvel references. yes. Okay, well, we'll throw it back over onto the main screen here. Don't want to get in trouble from the stewarding room. And give me a slap on the wrist for zooming in just like that onto the cars there, looking at the liveries. But I gotta say, man, it's pretty awesome. Now coming to the end here of this hour. Take a look at our top drivers in all the categories. Starting off with our man in P1. That is Team Apex. P2, Watt. P3, MRE, ACRT, followed with P4. And then we follow down the order, the infamous, the Van Wall going through, as well as the Toyota. That's P5 and P6 respectively. The BMW, 7th. The Ferrari Cargo, 8th. And hopefully, I will say, I hope when we do see, come back to commentary, we see this Valkyrie back somewhere. I mean, hell, it would be a storybook if these guys could muster it up something. But in terms of what, that would be a comic book, not a storybook, as they come in for a pit stop there. Behind him, though, it's a car who's already in the pits, the AFS. No problem for showing out the liveries, but I had to show it off. It's so awesome looking. But I'm not gonna give any commentator bias, because I still love the racing that's going on around here. Awesome action. Looking through the LMP2 category, there you see it for yourself. There's P3, Team Valkyrie as well. 4th, a HGE, lovely livery there. The team here, P15, P16. 17th, the LMP2 Watt. Sprutnik is the last driver here. We also have SOE, which I'm still waiting for a driver swap there, if that's still happening. And then we head on over to GT3. One of my drivers who I'm probably watching in this team, who I think are gonna have some really good success. Now, before I head out, we have a little treat, and I didn't see this one coming. Your battle for 2nd place. This one's gonna be pretty interesting here. P2 overall, on board with the Cadillac. Fighting against one of my favorite liveries on track, the Hypercar, Team Watt. Watt Racing, side by side. Valkyrie also gets it wrong, making sure he's good, looks to be good. Back over here on the Mulsanne Straight, heading on into the Forza Chicane. Who is the first of the late breakers? Is it the Cadillac? Is it the Porsche? They head in now. It's the better line for the Porsche, but the inside line for the Cadillac. Turning in, and the Cadillac gets the move done. What an incredible move there on the back straight. And the Porsche has a lot of work to do to try to catch back up. It's 7/10 the difference. I gotta say as well, the Cadillac sounds absolutely incredible as well. The Americans know how to build cars well, I gotta say. But as they head into the Michelin chicane this time out, looks like the gap is increasing more and more as corners go by. However, will it? A GT3 car in front of them in form of the Mercedes. The Cadillac goes around the outside, flashing headlights, the comic book strip flashes and goes through, and Team Watt is not quite done with this battle because the gap is now 5/10, and yes, ladies and gentlemen, it's going down. Slipstream fest as they head into the Mulsanne. Anyone's game here, hard on the brakes, lock up for the Cadillac. Better exit for Team Watt, they will gain a precious 10th through there, and now on the short straight, heading up into Indianapolis. Who will be the first of the late breakers? Will we see a dive potentially from this beautiful comic book on wheels in the form of a hypercar? 6/10, however, may need some work to do. Was it a lucky break with the GT3 car? I'm not too sure. But as they head into Indianapolis now, looks a little bit wide, however, for the Team Watt driver. And still a neck-and-neck battle here. Gap is 8/10. No chance of an overtake this time, right? Well, it's the next corner that's going to be in favor of this driver we're watching on here. The Porsche curves. Flick it to the right. Flat left-hander. Double left-hander. Let's add on to it. Flick it into the right. beautiful line there. He's gained about a 10th, and he lost through Indianapolis. Gains another 10th. It's 5/10ths the difference between the two. Look to the rear and listen to the sound of the Cadillac, because it's now 3/10ths heading into the fourth chicane. A lot more confident from the Cadillac through the tighter section. Exiting out. Neck and neck. They both look identical across the line. 420, so it was looking like that was a pit stop. Trouble for the Valkyrie. And he looks like he's on turn 1. That's going to be good news for Team Watt, bad news for MRE. And look at the lockup. Look how close the Porsche gets to the Cadillac. Is there a chance under the Dunlop Bridge through the Essex? 3/10ths the difference. You got to line up yourself as best as you can through Tetra Rouge onto the back straight here. Good exit there, maybe a better exit from MRE, and looks like it indeed. 6/10ths. Battle's not quite over yet. It's still within a second, and I will stay overtime for however long this battle takes, because we gotta see the end to it. Will the Cadillac build the gap up, or will a great exit out the Forza chicane put back this Porsche in contention? There's trouble with the Toyota as well, who's gone for a 360. Doing donuts prematurely. Race is not over yet. They still got a long ways to go, but probably just a mistake through the Forza chicanes. But back through here as we exit out the Forza chicanes. It's 8/10ths, and that gap, it's starting to open up. Is there any hope for Team Watt to get back P2? They race down to the Michelin chicane. Braking zone now. Great entry. Great exit. Both of them are going to be really focused on every apex now. I do want to make a word. I think we're actually having an official retirement from Team SOE from the LMP2 class, and that could be our second retirement in this race, our second prototype as well, but the first of the LMP2 class. Now, maybe 1 second now, but as they head out of the Mulsanne, they have traffic, and one of them is the Valkyrie up ahead, the pink Valkyrie of the same hyperclass category. So he's going to have to respect blue flags and drive-through penalty for the Ferrari of Cargo Fast. Has to come in within the next 3 laps, and even though the sun is coming down, it's still just peeking out constantly, bothering these drivers. Let this sun go away, and let's get these floodlights up. Indianapolis now. Is there a better entry and exit from the Porsche? Oh, a lot better from the last lap, especially. Gained a precious 10th. Once again, a lot more cleaner than the last lap. Got to give credit to him. Next up, Porsche curve. This is exactly where we saw the gain. Drive-through is already taken instantly from Cargo Fast, and they keep their car in the same position. Through the Porsche curves now. Any chance? Watch that gap. 8/10ths. Rights and lefts, flat out again. This is where the Porsches really close up this gap. Look how close he gets. 5/10ths the difference. You can tell where the setup was really made to work great and compromised. 5/10ths now through the Ford chicane. But this is where the Cadillac is just so much more quicker through this section here. You got to imagine what this driver under the lid is thinking about. I'm not too sure who is under the lid right now as we're on board with him. But it's 8/10ths now, still. In the T1 and T2, ACRT gets another drive-through for cutting the circuit. That's, of course, behind the driver we're on board with, 50 seconds behind to be exact, and that Toyota is going to get an easy move because of it. Through Essex, through Tetra Rouge. Yeah, you can see the understeer builds up from that portion. There's just no way he's able to hold on, and that Cadillac is just set up for every corner but the Porsche curves. So as long as he can keep that gap open, that's going to be easy for him. Well, easier said than done. Let's go on board with that Cadillac there as he's navigating through the order. The Lamborghini lets through as Team Phoenix. I do want to shout out They have caught back up despite all the damage and everything. They're back up to second place. Want to give a heads up to them and big shout out how they're doing. Now 1.3. I'll give it a lap more. I'll give it until the end of the lap. Is there a chance that they can get back through? Got to get that lap car out the way. But I know the Watt Racing is going to want to make sure he gets all the slipstream possible. Oh, it's going to hamper him if they get into the Mulsanne without letting through. A little bit cheeky. Oh, yeah, it's going to hamper him. Locking up, and that is blue flags. Needs to get out the way. That Valkyrie still stays ahead. Same class, yes. You need to let through the position. And I know race control is going to be all over this one. Needs to let through. It was through the Mulsanne. Lapped car, and it's definitely under a second between the two. Losing the battle ahead. Through Indianapolis. Needs to let through immediately. Is there a chance to let through entirely? Locks up, goes off the track. Suck it out! Oh my goodness me! Almost contact to ruin that battle. Almost. I will say almost. And that Porsche almost just saw Barry R in its sights. But luckily, this Porsche races for another day and another night now. Wow, that was scary. But race control needs to get on that immediately. A lapped car should not be in the way for that long. Should have been let through since, well, the back straight, since the Mulsanne straight. I mean, that should not have even happened in the first place. I'm not sure what's going on there. If that was allowed or not, I don't think that was allowed. But one thing's for sure, I can understand fully the frustration from this Porsche driver in Team Watts Racing. They feel like they were just robbed. Look at that, 24-0 against a 23. They've lost a second, and the gap is 1.8. But folks, I think that's going to come down to my time here. I'm going to set my notice to the admins here so they know. But yeah, that was crazy. That was crazy. Now, I'm only a commentator here, so I can only tell you what I see and tell you my opinions. Race Direction have their way of controlling this one, and if penalties need to be dished out, penalties will be dished out. I'm not the man to say that. I'm just a guy who has a lot of opinions and loves racing as much as you do. Back home, watching the stream. 61 concurrent viewers. I hope you enjoyed that amazing battle we had on track. It doesn't look like it's quite over yet because it's now 1.2. But just waiting for response from the moderation team just to make sure I can head out now. But if so, I want to say a massive, once again, a quick thank you to all the amazing comments and all the support that you guys have given me in the chat for the commentary here today for AC Friends 24 Hour of Le Mans. I will be taking my leave in just a couple minutes now, and we will see you. I will see you for the final couple of hours in this Le Mans 24. This is, of course, the Endurance Masters ACF Round 4. And heading on to the end of this one here. Just waiting for my cue on my side. If we do have another alternate commentator to take on here. But either way, 9/10 the difference here in this one. And it is closed up quite that bit more. They're going to head into Indianapolis now, but they do have a lapped car in between them. That's actually the 666, interestingly, and a lot better way to let through. And you know what? Maybe this Porsche has one more fight in him. Despite all the lap traffic, that lap traffic, nope. Oh, that's the same part in Indianapolis too. That Valkyrie's got it wrong. Maybe there's a chance to take back P2 for this Porsche. Into the Porsche curves. This is where the Cadillac struggles. Through the double left. Is there a chance to close up? This is going to be dirty air galore for the Porsche as well, so it's not going to be as easy. Exiting out. Hard on the brakes into the Ford chicanes. 410, still the difference. Not the best of exits that I did notice, as trouble for cargo at Tetra Rouge ACRT drive-through. Sorry, not drive-through, my apologies. Long pit stop completed. So used to seeing that same drive-through penalty. But as I wait for my command that I can head off the stream, we still have battles. See, it's like these guys don't want me to leave. Fair enough. You gotta give to them. They are still having fun out there. 610s. And this might be the chances Porsche needs, because there are two lapped cars ahead. Put the power down as soon as you can here. Oh, going through on the Team Abbey car. Oh, and it's extended. Yeah, wow. Just like that. 410s. And catching them at Tetra Rouge has costed him lots of time. And what's even better is that a lovely slipstream is going to come from the ACRT car. Manufacturer-wise, it's not going to be helpful for the others down the road. And a long pit stop is made for the Hypercar 176. That is the Toyota. Chat saying Porsche's gonna get him here. I hope so. I mean, he also has blue flags here. I mean, if I see 2 seconds, it's gonna be very difficult to try to catch back through, but there is lap traffic. Yeah, blue flags are gonna come out. This ACRT car is down in 7th. I hope we can get a good battle here. I'm not gonna support anybody on there, but nonetheless, though, I think we're just opening up our screens here for the moment. But through the Porsche curves, can anything be done and closed up? There actually is. Lapped car there, but all three of them are going to catch at the worst time, with the Porsche on board with Watts Racing getting the worst of it. And heading into the chicane, another car ahead, and well, it's just traffic paradise. That's what Yuki Tsunoda would call it. Oh boy, that is teammates! Oh no, he hits the wall! Oh no! Trouble! Both of them come together. Is it suspension damage? It is not. He flashes his headlights in disagreement to the car with the same paint scheme. And unfortunately, the battle for second place will have to wait for another couple of laps. That's going to do it for that one. And you know what? I'll take my leave from here now. It's been an incredible journey here in this first 4 hours, over 4 hours of commentating. I've actually been here for about 5.5 hours because we were here an hour earlier, starting the stream up and everything. We hope you've enjoyed this racing, this action. We're going to set it off to an auto cam. I'll admit it's not the best, to constantly switch between stuff, so there are going to be battles you're going to see close, and AC may not pick it up, so that's just not anything we can control. Folks, thank you so much once again for all the support. I'm going to be taking my leave out here. We hope you enjoyed the first 4 hours commercial-free, as the whole race is, and with commentary, of course. I'm Rahul Nasir. I'm taking my leave now. You will see me, if you want to continue to listen to my voice, I'll be commentating the Caribbean Motor Racing Sim Club Round 3 of the 90 Minutes Endurance at Road America. Thank you once again for checking us out. AC friends, it would be awesome if you can check us out, CMRSC, and just open up a tab on the side if you want to check us out here, and give us a little wave and maybe a sub if you can. But either way, I'll let you guys be now, and enjoy now some peaceful action here, the engines that come around here, and I promise I'll be back the final 2 hours of Le Mans. My name is Rahul Nasir from Caribbean Motor Racing Sim Club. Take care, and for all our drivers here, we hope the best of luck for the finale, the final 20 hours, or 19 hours and 43 minutes of this French Grand Prix. Take my leave now.
I don't know what it means, but there's a smile upon your face, and I see something shimmering in your eyes. And they say if you want to glimpse the future, you need space. And you said put down your morning gun. Would you follow me to wander? Take my hand and walk beside me in a world of thunder. Fear is imposter. And you lead this way. there's a smile upon your face, and I see something shimmering in your eyes. And they say if you wanna glimpse the future, you need space. And you said put down your morning gun. Would you follow me to wander? Take my hand and walk beside me in a world of thunder. Fear is imposter. When you look at me this way, I find it hard to not give in. So the days became weeks, it felt just like the night before. You were slowly fading in my mind. When you left, I was so completely gone, but now I'm sure